of your skin creeping in the background, blowing on the wind. I'll sleep until morning through a crack inside.
game sounds very nice. Hello. Welcome. Excuse me, sorry. It's Friday, and hi, Tyrmon. Thank you. I'm sure that there's a lot of competition for that spot. Uh, um, so yes, this is the new game from Ice Pick Lodge, which just came out yesterday, I think. um, it is. Let me get the. Oops, there we go. The description of this game is childhood friends reunite after spending a long time apart, revisiting old memories and rekindling their friendship. However, something beyond their control will ruin this reunion. Um, and like the style of this game, like the visual looks from the screenshots and also this opening cutscene, it really feels like it's yeah, IPM. Yes, exactly. It does sound like it. Or any of these kind of like bourgeois nostalgic social stories, that are like about, oh, back when the way things were. I'm turn myself down a little bit because I think all my OBS settings have been reset since I'm on a new computer, but yeah, it has that very much uh, that style, or that the implication of that style from the description and from the screenshots and stuff. And I'm curious because that feels like, on the one hand, that feels like exactly the kind of like space for an indie darling game to aim at. It's very much of a similar sort of. It seems like a similar space to like to what like Firewatch was aiming at or something like that, which is the middle class, middle age, psychological story. Um, but what makes me hi Mary, and what's funny to me is because it immediately put me in mind of another Icepick Lodge game, which they claimed was them doing a their idea of a mass market children's game, which is Cargo: The Quest for Gravity. And if you've ever played or seen Cargo, that's a fucking absurd statement. And I don't know how serious that claim was made, but that is what they have said. That's how they described that game. And this feels like, oh yeah, we're making, this like indie, nostalgia game. And I'm very curious what some people like Icepick Lodge do with that, given uh, when am I going to play the Void? Someday, Mary. Someday I will get you to help me play the Void. I think that one is very interesting, but in a way that is too far removed from my understanding for me to really get into it. Um, it's a very weird developer. Yes. All right, so let's start this game. There's save slots. Okay. I think actually all their games have save slots, more or less. But it's a very it feels like a weird anachronism. Okay, so I'm gonna try this with a controller. This looked like it was a controller type game, and it said it's what? Oh, but it's okay. Hmm. Hey Jay, is this a heart game for Valentine's Day? I hadn't thought about that. Um, so we're in. This is like an apartment hallway, I assume. Like the hallway of an apartment building. Can't go this way. Okay. Hey, Hellback. Taking the elevator. Very small. Controller's vibrating. Yeah, okay, I thought it was going into a cutscene, but no, we just had those bars for a second. Has anything spooky happened yet? No. We started the game in that hallway, and we took an elevator down from floor 3 to floor 1. And there was a child yelling at us to come play. Yeah, these aren't, I don't know what you call these. The like, they're not tank controls. They're the opposite of tank controls. They're trees. Thank you, Manny. They're like the scene relative controls. So when you do this, it gets kind of weird. Can't talk to these people. Well, I guess you guys are the people that told me to come play. I know, Mary. Oh, now we're an adult. And this is our childhood self. Yeah, that didn't take long. Guess we should follow our childhood self. Oh, yeah, I gotta... Oh, the screen is moving on its own, okay. Yeah, Mary, I guess I'm going off of the description of the game would imply that, or lead me to assume that this is our childhood self. Hi, Fiona. Never changed his shirt. The sleeves are the same size. The rest of it got bigger, but. Dio, be good. game audio come down a tad. Yeah. Set to like there. Silent Bill. I like the idea of an Ice Pick Lodge game with a protagonist named Bill. I don't know why that seems very silly. I don't know if I can actually fall off in this. I don't think so. His name is Misha. Ice Pick Lodge should make a game about America. Maybe that was Cargo. And yes, Fiona, yeah, this is the new Ice Pick Lodge game. Yeah, that was a good jump. Yeah. It occurred to me for a second, but I was like, no, he's further away. There's still several of their games I haven't streamed, as Mary was pointing out. Ooh. Okay. Let's get dressed. This is an interesting way of doing these things.
I'm too old to be building model ships. I can't get around to finishing this one. Isia's birthday. Back when we tell each other, see you tomorrow, when parting ways.
I tell people that still sometimes, when I'm gonna
I've
see him
known all my
tomorrow.
music by heart for a while now.
Oh, we did it!
I've known all my music by heart for a while now. Almaz, one of his early works. Pretty good art for a kid, actually.
That's the main menu screen. Just gonna leave Genghis hanging.
The American demonstrated abilities that almost defied belief. She could remember every detail of any single day of her life since she'd been 11. What she'd had for breakfast, what the weather had been like, what had been on the news, and much more. Much as the woman's abilities amazed and astounded others, she herself wasn't so enthusiastic. According to her, remembering her entire life was a heavy burden to bear.
Yeah, that sounds bad. Oh. police. Being accosted. Also, Genghis is on there. Very funny to call him.
I can hear you in there. Hey, keep being rude to the police. I might come for you next time.
Oh, he is the police.
Your neighbor's having problems.
The mirrors are screen space? I don't know what that means specifically.
And here I thought you were my friend, you jerk.
I'm being too rude to Genghis. He's my friend. What was I thinking just now?
Take him away.
What?
Goddamn lawless cops. I'll make you answer for this yet. You're supposed to get these punks out of my apartment, not me.
Here at last. Having a rough morning too? You see, the thing is, he called in a burglary this morning. I thought, burglars in this big village, that's a first. So we arrived, led us to the bathroom, and we found the kids huddling inside. Look, I'm no doctor. He looks sober to me. The kids are going into care for now.
I wonder what the doctors will say about Vitya. Poor kids. What's going to happen to them? I can't just abandon them.
I can't just abandon them. Well, I'm off to work
If you'd
then.
been quicker, my partner would have given you a lift. Now you're gonna have to walk. Say hi for me at the station.
Children are left without their
Whoops.
father. I've got to run off to the station. I'm torn. Children are left without their father. I've got to run off to the station. I'm torn.
Oh, that's probably my phone. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Still home? Not even on your way to work? Spare me. I want you at the station in 5 minutes, not a second later.
Yeah, time out. I was like, I wonder if that... Did I actually take too long? Okay, gotta go in here. Oh, I can't pick up the bottle. I'm gonna lose my job while I...
How can anyone live in such a dump?
What? I mean... Doesn't look that bad.
I'll handle it from here.
Misha, you came by. He boozed away the last of his brains, dragged me out of bed while I was still sleeping, tore out some hair, the old scumbag. After so many years, it's not like he even needs to drink to be drunk anymore. Help how? If it weren't for Petya, I'd have gotten out a long time ago like Mom did. No one deserves to put up with him.
Okay, I guess we have to say that she's on edge. Which, I mean, I guess that's true, but...
Can I stay at
Still
your
seems a
place
bit
for a
rogue.
while, Uncle Misha? Katya grabbed me and locked us in the bathroom. Dad banged on the door.
What? Okay, Misha's just an asshole.
No! We played with him before bedtime yesterday, and today this happened.
Ooh. not our bike. Seems like a very large bike. I think Misha just very... Is Misha like super short, or is just the scaling really weird there? Oh, we run out here. Oh, we live in the same apartment building, huh?
Are you on vacation, Misha? Who's covering for you at the station?
Why
aren't you at the station? Everyone started their shift by now. Did you quit the station job? Or did you get fired?
No, I'm just taking my time.
Dear passengers, for your own safety, please stand back from the platform edge. Thank you.
Who's supposed to do your job for you? The passengers are waiting. Move it. The train doesn't give a damn. It won't wait.
Dear passengers, entry permit checks are in operation at this station. Please have your entry permit and a
What
ticket
the-
ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Thing's huge.
Hi, Misha. Here's my permit. Found a better job opening. Nah, same old. Pastry, baking. You see, it's a bigger city, a bigger place. Put me in your log or I'll miss the interview.
This guy does not... I don't know what this guy's doing with his line reading.
Thanks, Misha. Have a good one.
What? Oh, whoops. Oh, I see. I hit the wrong... What? Why is this here? Am I gonna be... Is there a timer? I guess Ice Pick Lodge does love timers. Well, I started misspelling the first guy's name,
Good morning,
and
Misha,
it
dear. Alma says hi.
made
He'll be
me
in town tonight.
backspace. I don't know how you do that on a typewriter, but
Don't ask. I don't even know. He's got some kind of job somewhere and can stay afloat for now, or so I hope. That's what you get with artistic types. His apartment was a pigsty before I cleaned it. Creative chaos, he calls it. My permit is right there. Oh, yes it is. How did I miss that? Right, I was off to the city and it expired then. Misha dear, let an old friend through, will you? We know each other. You were with Almaz and Tioma all the time as a kid. I'll renew it at once. Bribe you?
Well, I had a thought, but I can't read it.
Working here long? Misha, do you really not recognize me? Here's a clue. Tioma, you, and... It's Aunt Galia's 60th birthday tomorrow. How could I miss it? We're all going to her party tomorrow. Have you gotten her a present yet? I'm also here on a work trip to the Research Institute. So, this is both personal and business. How about lunchtime? Say near our oak tree at 1?
Dear
Are you all right,
passengers,
Tisha?
The 423
You look
service
troubled.
to Kazan will now depart from
Took 'em
platform
long
1. Please stand clear of the platform edge. Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at
So
checkpoint
what was
office
all the
1.
trouble you had? So it's gotten that bad. As long as you're not late for the evening train, it's at 7. Remember, Ed?
There are clocks everywhere. And there's also, he has a watch, apparently.
Those kids are in a tough spot now. They could use some support. Asya! Asya is here. By the oak tree at 1.
He's going to be back by 7.
Finished
Pretty
your shift?
straightforward.
I've been trying to hitch a ride. Nothing. Will you help me carry this bag? They should at least run a bus line here.
Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of
I've
the
stocked up on a few things they don't sell here. Well, who knows when I'll next make it to Kazan. Don't wait for me. I'm a slow walker, and you're young. Just leave the bags by the elevator. Hopefully Vitya won't steal anything. Good Lord! And I've only been away 2 days. Not that I'm surprised, of course.
I wonder how many more times I'll be retelling the Vitya incident today. I hope I'm not late to the meetup with Asya. Those kids are in a tough spot. Asya!
Kids, Katya and Petya? I should call him for details.
Oh no, I can't run with these. I don't know where the oak tree is either. Oh, is it on my map? Oh, it is. No. No. Okay. But simply just not carry them. Well, that would be rude.
Dear passengers, entry permit checks are in operation. Please have have your entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
You got everything? It's easy to forget a thing or two in this commotion.
5 minutes to pack like they're under arrest. Don't worry. If you forget anything, fetch it later.
Where were they? Not in here, I guess.
Asya!
Look at him go. Well, I would have liked to talk to the kids before we left, but guess we missed that opportunity. Oops.
I forgot to ask where they were taking the kids.
Well, that's because I didn't see him. I wasn't trying to not ask. Ooh. Well, there she is.
Right on time, as always. You haven't changed one bit. Just like me, the university keeps you running, and our town is so quiet and still. Would you like to visit our Garden of Eden? Wasn't childhood a paradise?
What?
Do you feel it? Like I never left. Everything's coming back in full force. All our childhood mischief. It used to seem so important.
Actually never left, and it's the opposite with me. The past blends into the present. Yeah, that seems bad.
Then come stand next to me. Yes, like this. And now, a moment of silence for the past.
You're standing less. Okay. Ooh. Claire de Lune?
tree. Our secret headquarters. I've grown so used to it, I don't even notice it anymore. We weren't at all worried about falling. Even though we were so small, we thought you'd be able to touch the sky by reaching up. Or has the oak grown like we have? The wind got into the canopy, rocking the branches, rocking us. The oak creaked like old floorboards. We imagined ourselves flying in a helicopter. Almazi kept saying, helicopter, and we kept correcting him. Sometimes I'd go alone and secretly admire Aisha while she read in the dusty silence of her father's study. Like a true pirate, I had a pair of binoculars for the task. Actually, they weren't binoculars, but opera glasses.
Well? You sure you can climb a tree after all this time, old man?
I'm a man in my prime.
The rope swing is gone. Remember how we used to climb it up to the branch and then climb down the trunk? Or the other way around? That was fun. Tell me, why haven't you left town? Do you like working at the station?
I just wanted my childhood to last forever. Yeah, this seems bad.
I'd want that too. How about we go to the pond?
This pond?
It used to
Okay.
seem as big as the sea. Up in the oak, we were aviators. Here, explorers. Do you still build model ships? How complete is it? Perhaps we launch it? Like in the old times. Minus the accident. Guess.
I was launching paper ships from the pond bank. Chioma and Asya were fooling around in the boat. They rocked it too hard, and the boat keeled over. I dashed into the muddy water and swam headlong towards them. Chioma had barely surfaced when I reached them. Asya was still nowhere to be seen. I took a deep breath, I dove in, and when Asya opened her eyes and witnessed the bank, the last of my ships had become drenched and sunk.
My fear of water wasn't unfounded. I used to imagine sea monsters dwelling where sunlight never reached. Squid, serpents. You may laugh, but I don't understand how you weren't scared. Are you? You never told me. Yeah, I'm afraid of spiders too. We have so much in common.
Just gotta screenshot that quote. What a weird thing to say. I'm afraid of spiders too. We have so much in common.
I'm going to split my sides laughing, and then you'll go to jail for murder.
Wow.
Well, it's your turn to seek out our old haunts.
Well, shit, I don't know where they are. Okay, piles of leaves, got it.
Come spring, meltwater formed little rivulets, eating away at the ice as it made a break for freedom. We made tiny ships out of walnut half shells, matches for masts, scraps of paper for sails. But the most important part was our imagination. As we knelt near the streamlets, we saw, as if with our own eyes, the brave sea explorers coming aboard. And then the ship made its way down a turbulent river toward the sea, toward the unknown lands beyond. Here and there, a shipwreck decorated the rapids. Many ships, nonetheless, began their voyage.
It's been so many years, but it still feels like yesterday. Us heading home from school together. Speaking of, what time is it? Oh no! I've gone missing from the institute. It's fine. We still have tonight. Will you walk me to the station? I'm going back to my dad's for the night. When I got into the university, he returned the apartment provided by the institute and moved back to Kazan. He's retired, only has the teaching job now. Back then, he couldn't stay where everything was reminding him of my mum. He waited for me to graduate and then left. Come as soon as you see institute people walking home. That'll mean I'm finished too. It holds so many memories, more than you can remember in a day.
What's with randomly bringing up spiders? Childhood. Paradise. Is that some kind of quotation? We got up to all kinds of mischief in here. There's no way to remember it all. Or maybe you will. Let's see. This was our favorite bench in our teenage years. It stood to the side, where we didn't get many passers-by. We were always sure to bring the guitar along, because Almaz, he played it well, though he didn't really have a voice for song. He knew that, and he sang anyway to annoy us all. Less melodious than a caterwaul, you could say. And Aisha and Choma, they made the overall impression better. Sometimes we'd abuse the guitar until there were only 3 strings left. We just played it that much, but somehow we didn't lose the tune. Just a bit more waiting and back to Aisha. Today is Friday. The workday is shorter.
Oh.
It was Genghis who got everyone into fishing. And when the summer came, he was inseparable from his fishing rod. And His skin gradually took on this sort of bronze-hued tan. We called him Red Chief, but he didn't mind. Aisha came along too, but she didn't fish. She was deadly afraid of the earthworms. Almaz would run after her with a couple of them between his fingers and an outstretched hand, shouting, "And now for a death-defying stunt." Pond stakers glid to and fro atop the water, and rainbow-winged dragonflies hovered above. The quiet splashes, the rustle of the leaves, lulled. Sometimes, one of us would fall asleep on the soft, sunlit grass. What we caught, we fed to the cats. This place had nothing worth fishing for.
I mean, yeah, it's not a very big pond.
The position of the sun tells me it's time to return to Asia.
Okay, well, I'm trying. Uh-oh.
Every winter, we built a snow fort in front of the research institute. We split into two armies and traded snowball volleys until dark. By evening, our clothes would be completely drenched and crusted in ice. You could stand them upright on the ground. We'd crawl back home, panting with exhaustion, and our parents would immediately make us warm up in the shower and drink copious amounts of tea. Genghis would boast that his contained a spoonful of vodka. I'm going to miss Aisha if I keep loitering. Shouldn't keep her waiting.
Sorry. I'm such a slowpoke. Have you been waiting here long? Will we catch the train? It's wrong to keep people waiting, though. Let's race each other to the gate. Afraid of losing? There was a time only Genghis could beat you. Look at the bird. You won because of my skirt and high heels. Wait till I'm wearing my jeans. You were the one who wanted childhood to last forever. Here's another spot, by the way.
Uncle's gonna be mad.
Our first dance, we were about 14. Aisha was in the middle of the dance floor in a whirl of colored specks of light. And then Zinaida, the maths teacher and our class tutor, she announced a slow dance. I was leaning on the wall, looking for words to say to Aisha. But Chioma beat me to it as usual. So I invited another classmate. She too was shuffling on her feet nervously beside me. I walked her home afterwards. And while we parted ways, she pressed her lips briefly against mine. We both became embarrassed, and then hurried home.
You and Masha. I knew. You think too much.
Even small confessions are so difficult.
Any news of Masha? Is anyone from the old gang still here? I've heard Almaz is in Kazan. Genghis? A cop? That absolute punk? I've lost track of everyone. Even Artem. Only saw him a few times throughout university.
Asya never dated Tjoma.
What?
The old clock! Do you still struggle telling 7 p.m. from 1700? That time you waited for 2 hours in a snowstorm, though. And then you missed 2 weeks of school, flunking every class you possibly could. You're joking. The Godfather, Part 3.
Wow. Well, too bad.
We should rewatch it together. You got a VCR?
Just the one?
One last stroll before Asya left for Moscow. She wanted apples for the trip. I almost confessed my feelings to her. I had a speech on a copybook sheet in my pocket, ready to say it, but Tjoma kept hanging around.
Bad times.
Asya chose yellow apples, you know, the sweet but expensive ones. The sour green ones were cheaper, and I suggested those instead. Asya said I was cheap, which was true. You know, I counted her money when it could have been my treat, which was what Tjoma did, actually. I was nervous enough as it was, so in the end, I lost my temper. I simply walked away. No, I ran away. Asya left that evening. I never said goodbye to her, or that I was sorry, or heard her say that she was.
What was she sorry about?
What's with the silence? You have a lady to entertain. I'm sorry, too. I was quite a character myself. First I was mad at you and waiting for an apology. Then I was in over my head studying. I'll definitely call Misha tomorrow. I told myself every day until my own silence became embarrassing. No, he visited me. I got a job right after my freshman year. What's there to tell? I wanted a fun life. As a professor of mine used to say, a student's best years are his student's years. Asking Dad would have been awkward, so there. Let's not dwell too much on the sad subject of whether I'm a good engineer. I've stayed in a room on the outskirts since I dropped out. I'll give you my number. Which will only result in my roommate disconnecting the phone.
The Green Cat. We often dropped by here after classes, left all our pocket money behind. Well, no, most of it. Some of it the movie theatre would eat. I still don't get it about the Green Cat, you know, what happens after it crosses your path, and I'm too embarrassed to actually ask at the cafe. Like, who's ever seen a green cat? Freshly fried donuts in powdered sugar, coffee with condensed milk, chocolate syrup ice cream. The place had it all. Aisha loved ice cream so much she'd even eat it in winter. Once the cafe was closed, so we bought ice cream
that weird?
from a street stand, and Aisha, she couldn't even wait until we got home.
Okay, I probably wouldn't eat ice cream outside in winter.
And there she is, eating it on a cold winter day, a dazzling fresh fall of snow around us, and her ringing laughter, the gleam in her eyes. It just made the day that much sunnier.
The cafe's still there. There's some permanence to the world after all. Actually, I'm into waffle cones now. Whole new me. Oh, you devil you. What do you even need my soul for? Sorry, I'm fresh of a cold. Oh, that's what I've been missing. What's fall without rain? I love fall. It's broken. Psst. Psst. I want to hear the raindrops falling on the window. So cozy. I could write a poem. I could walk like this forever. Why is the walk to the station so short?
Dear passengers, entry permit checks are in operation at
Just like school.
Please have your entry
Join the
permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
We have come.
Well then.
Aren't you going to work? A week. You needed more. They're promising clear skies in Kazan. Well, I'll phone Dad from the station to come and pick me up in his car. I'll be fine. Let's go then. Thanks for today. See you inside.
Finding each other took them a quarter of a century. They had been separated at a young age following their parents' death in a car crash. Both were placed in an orphanage at first, but one of the brothers disliked it
Dear
so much that he ran
we are all
away.
safe.
The other one
Please stand
refused
back
to leave.
platform edge.
Curiously,
Thank you.
despite being twins, they have different birthdays. That's because when the second one was born, 15 minutes after the first, it was already past midnight. That might explain the difference in their personalities and their journeys through life.
Yep. Trolls.
Here are our permits. So, Vitya's drinking problem has gotten worse? It's a small town. One dismal day's just like any other. Gossip spreads fast.
Is Vitya home?
Masha's worried too. He's in her class.
Say hi for me.
We'll go see him ourselves. Won't we, Masha? Dear passengers, the train now approaching Platform 1 is the 423 service to Kazan. Please stand clear from the edge of the platform.
Do you have my number? In Kazan for now. Don't worry. I promised to give it to you and I will. The Kazan number is handy to have too. Suppose you need to buy something for the birthday party tomorrow. What will you do? Go there yourself? I could bring it. Do call. Time. See you tomorrow.
Kamyashina Anastasia.
Well, hello there, Misha. Picked up a chick, I see. Make sure you don't screw up on me. None of that dawdling you did in school. I know you. Come on, Misha. I just want what's best for you. On your own, you'll be an old man before you get anywhere with her. Do what I do. Who's talking about that? I've been going steady with someone, you know. I'm actually on my way to propose to her. Want to see the ring? I could help. Think it over. Really think it over.
This is very odd.
Here I am, back already. Hired. I start Monday.
Log up the station for me, will you? Hey, just kidding. Go home. That stung.
Dear passengers, for your own safety, please stand back from the platform edge. Thank you.
Whew, what a day. I should talk to someone or I will not sleep. But who though?
What a day!
A whole week of Asia. We'll go everywhere in town and visit all our old spots.
This is such a sad guy.
Do I have anything to give Asia? She'll leave. I'll stay. So what's the point?
passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
When I was little, my parents used to take me to the Black Sea. I could hear a guitar strumming from the next compartment. The grown-ups were eating away at hard-boiled eggs, and there was a newspaper wrapped around some chicken. Someone was playing cards. But I was after something different. I spent the entire trip glued to the window. I'd never seen such vast expanses of land before. I was running between the compartment and the corridor windows. I didn't want to miss a single detail. It was making the grown-ups' heads spin. After we'd arrived, I'd be shaken by the sound of invisible train wheels for the whole day.
Oh.
Dear passengers, entry permit checks are in operation at this station. Please have your entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
I can't be bothered to go home. Should I stay here for the night? And there's the rain. Outside is so overrated.
Misha, wow, it's you.
Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately. Do not
For every
touch or
closed
move
town,
a
there's a key
suspicious
that opens
item
it.
until the arrival of the police.
Misha, there's something called the debt cycle. You borrow from someone, then pay back the previous lender. It's a way of life.
What?
No, why? I live with my girlfriend. You should have seen how she clicked with Dasha. I thought I might as well go live on the street. Even before her, Dasha wouldn't shut up
Dear
about
passengers,
this.
for your own safety, please
What's
stand
got you
back
so
from the platform
sulky?
edge. Thank you.
Then be happy, you chump. Or is this about Artyom? He's not even here yet, and you're already looking all dejected. Come on, tell me more about it in the car. No reason to stand in the rain. As you wish. I'm not going to stand here getting wet, or try to convince you. See you around.
I shouldn't mention Asya to Almaz. He might pass it on to Choma. Give me a lever long enough, and I'll fall asleep on it.
Spot any suspicious items, then please report
Same,
them to the
buddy.
staff or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item. Until the arrival of the police.
You actually like getting rained on? Well, you do you. I'm going home.
I've got an umbrella.
So there was this one time during the Subotnik, and Aunt Galia's late husband, he planted a sickly willow sapling into the ground. It would outlive him by 2 years. As the saying goes, a man must raise a son, build a house, and plant a tree. That's 2 out of 3, but no house. I had my own experience as a gardener. I picked up an acorn under our oak tree and planted it in a pot. A while later, a sprout appeared, but it didn't survive in my care. Not that I provided much. They left in too much of a hurry to properly pack up. What's going to happen to their stuff now? Vitya may have been the neighbor from hell, but he was entertaining. Now it's so quiet.
Hello, you're through. Ah, Misha. Long time no hear. How are you? Good enough. I suppose you're calling Asya. Asya, there's a phone call for you.
Misha? You? And you didn't want this number. I've only just washed my hands after the trip. The weather forecast you doubted was spot on. What about you? Flooded yet? Did he? Oh, Almas. I can't wait to see him. The sooner we go to bed, the sooner tomorrow comes.
Genghis is the name of a cat I'm fostering for a friend. Huh. That's fun.
That's not what I meant. Good night to you two. Sleep well.
You have reached the Khan. Where do they usually take kids that lose their folks? You're not thinking of going there right now, I hope. That's better. Can I go now? The president? Nah, I would have known. Right. Should I be worried for you?
Yes. Yes, you should.
Don't even think of asking her. If she is, you ought to make her forget that someone. Any other news? You make sure you get that sleep. Go on to bed now.
It's called Mom.
Yes, it's me. I'm here. As eventful as you'd expect. Took my handbag to be repaired, walked through the park on the way home, bought some groceries.
Took my handbag to be repaired. Huh.
I'm watching TV now. Such nonsense on every channel. It's making my eyes hurt. Is there a reason you're calling? It's good that you remember. What happened?
That's not true. I let her through. I didn't stop her. Game.
You wouldn't, or you didn't. Then what's the big deal, silly? You haven't caused any more trouble, I hope. Looks like your life's fun. Any more news? Good night to you two. Tomorrow's a new day.
Hello, Lena? Is that you? I thought we arranged everything. Ah, it's you, son. How's life?
What? Love to call up my dad and just ask him, why did you marry Mom?
Now I'm confused. What makes you ask? Have you met someone?
Yes, I'm also confused.
You want a reason?
She was pretty, and she was fun.
Wow.
We were already dating. If I were to find someone new, it would be the same, so no point. You're persistent, aren't you? Lena is a hairdresser. I made an appointment. What is it you want from me, son?
This is such a weird, like... Is this gonna turn at some point? Like, I feel like the game must know what a weird, sad person this protagonist is.
I don't know what happened to you, but you sound lost. Go get some sleep, eh?
Yeah, yeah.
I've known all my music by heart for a while now.
You know, I didn't realize he had the pants on there too last time. That's... I don't like that. That's kind of creepy. I don't want to get up.
Yes, I get to see Asya again today. I've never been so eager to go to work before.
Let the passengers through. I know you can do it. I believe in you.
Dear passengers, entry permit checks are in operation at this station. Please have your entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Oops.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. So Mom wasn't joking. She let it slip over the phone once that you got a job here. Aren't you a little too smart for a place like this?
What? God. Misha is such a... Ugh.
I would gladly, but there's all the conferences and archives and my thesis. The role of industrial espionage in World War II. Finish up quicker here. I'll show you how to gather data out in the field. We'll find our childhood photos. Many people still have those lying around. I'll wait for you outside.
It's me again. Wow. That won't go well with her. Scared, huh? I was joking. Aunt Galia hasn't even invited anyone. I'm sure she'll be happy enough that we came over at all. And there you are, agonizing over it. Let's go before you run home and hide under the bed. Don't be so harsh. He may be a smartass, but that just makes him funnier.
Dear passengers, the 423 service to Kazan will now depart from Platform 1. Please stand clear of the platform edge.
I'm so glad we're all together again. Don't be boring. Girls don't like boring.
What about me, Asya? Do you like me?
This sucked. I don't want to be around these two guys.
It's a gift from Mom. We're making an album.
The staff or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
You hard-pressed for money? Fine, count yourself in.
You're so generous, Toma.
Let's head off now. We'll start with Uncle Kolya.
Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Doors closing. Next stop is factory.
good old puddle. With us for all of our childhood years. With us still, actually.
Oh!
We even named it, remember? Nikolaevskaya, in honor of Uncle Kolya.
Yeah, and we'd mark it on every map. No map was complete without the puddle.
Then we'd get in trouble for vandalism.
Misha even launched his little boats here. Always up to something.
Meltwater drained here in the spring and rainwater in the summer and fall. The puddle never dried up. It just froze down to its bottom in winter.
It'd also get moldy really fast, and then it'd spawn a bunch of tadpoles.
And we wondered if there'd be a dinosaur, too.
All the same, no one was too squeamish to enter it barefoot. Not even Asya with her fear of worms and water.
You argued forever over who got to carry me across. So, I only had myself to depend on.
I knew you'd be here.
Look who it is. What brings you here?
Aren't you gonna ask us how we're doing?
Can't wait to show off being a Moscow boy now? Well, go ahead.
Why so aggressive, Collier? They're not those kids anymore. And even back then, they used to crawl all over your car, shining it with their clothes, so what's the big deal?
Shining? Scratching more like. So, out with it. Are you here to beg me to lend you the car?
Remember you took a picture of us once? We were cleaning up your garage. Where is that picture now?
You mean you were fooling around and now you'd like to get rid of the evidence? Dig around in the garage. It should be in one of those crates.
What does Uncle Kolya need a bike for? It's not like he'll ever ride it.
That looks more like what I was expecting, the size
I'm
of the bike.
empty-handed.
I've got nothing.
A toolbox. Nothing remotely similar to a photo in here. Perhaps the photo is underneath the phone. Nothing between the pages, no matter how hard you shake. Some kind of junk with a clock. An old phone. That's all it is.
Find anything?
Perhaps you took the picture home?
What do you think I am? Some kind of hoarder? I left that junk where it was taken. Start really looking. Go through everything again.
Well, if the photo is junk to you, maybe you threw it away ages ago.
Look, clever guy. If I say it's in the garage, it's in the garage. Look at you. A slacker of an employee who's embarrassed me in front of my colleagues, setting his sights on my car. Who got you the station job? You were late to work. You let Galia through without a permit. Do I have to just take my old job back from you?
Calm down, Collier. Calm down. Nerves don't grow back, you know.
Such a jerk. How about we steal the car?
Like they say, still waters run deep.
That doesn't sound like you, Asya. No one's forcing you into it. The two of us can handle it. Why Genghis? Oh, is he? By the way, I think he had a photo too.
That's no way to do this. Either we all go, or none of us. No leaving Misha behind.
But he said he didn't want to be a part of this. Uncle Kolya, Zinaida Grigorievna sent us. She'd like you to come over.
What does she want? I told her I'd drive her around for that shopping trip.
She knew you'd say something like that, but she wants you to come regardless.
The trip's tomorrow and she's already fussing about it.
Quick, get in the car. That'll teach him a lesson.
Wait,
Let's clear all this up. Do you want to go tomorrow? If you do, will you just let me deal with the car?
1, 2, 3.
Going senile?
Go, Misha.
Not me. What about you? Do you deny? Stop, you little rat!
Well, I'm glad he
I hope
left
you
the
get
keys.
hit head on. You should all be in jail.
I can't believe we're in Uncle Collier's car.
Your neighbor's apples are always sweeter.
Oh, it's not your time to go yet, old man. Perhaps Misha will be less grumpy if we let him drive.
Later. Let's grab Genghis first. If we stop and swap seats all the time, we'll never get anything done.
Much better. That's the version of you I like.
Believe it or not, Asya, even I could kiss him now.
You idiots. There's the photo. It was in the glove box.
How we used to beg Uncle Collier for a ride.
Oh, this is...
Yeah, he only let us honk the horn. I guess that was generous enough by his standards. I could see how Tom Sawyer got those kids to paint the fence for him. Even getting to wash the car was pure bliss.
To you, maybe. Our Tom would rather bury himself in old Soviet magazines. Talk about a born historian.
I wonder where they are now. A hoarder like Uncle Collier doesn't just throw things away, does he?
You were so dumb. So happy to do chores for him.
Oh, shoot. Oh. Does it go there? Oh,
And he was never satisfied either. He took that picture so he could rub it in our faces about how lazy we were.
I can understand Toma and Almas, but Misha? Drudging away like that? There's photographic evidence.
But it was totally worth it. That Babieda was the pinnacle of technology to us. It was basically a starship.
I used to dream of buying one just like that when I grew up, and I'd dream of traveling all of Russia in it. Other countries weren't something you even thought of back then.
Lake Baikal was supposed to be your first destination. We heard no end of Baikal trivia from you. You were a walking encyclopedia.
word from you in years, and then there you are, both at once.
Are you coming to Mom's party tonight?
Seriously, are you doubting me now? Just a sec. Got one in my wallet. There. Will that do?
You've been carrying it around in your wallet? Adorable.
I'll take it back if you make fun of me. Is that all you need?
Is he in trouble?
Oh, outbreak at the hospital. Also, I don't know why this is invoiced.
They didn't even let us in. In fact, we didn't even want to hand Vitya over. But they were all over him right away.
That sounds really odd.
So now we've discussed everything, right? I can see you're really fed up with him. Anything else? Whoa, not so fast. I need you to do something too. See those two louts over there? They need to go to the orphanage. And I've really got no time for that. They ran away and went on a rampage. Smashed a window, pinched a bunch of things at the market.
And you're letting them go just like that?
Well, they're first offenders. Show and let it slide next time. By the way, Zinaida might have something for your album too.
Good thing Genghis is so chill. Another officer would have gone on a power trip. Or maybe I have it wrong. Maybe he's aiding and abetting the kind of kid he used to be.
Ah, the new photo.
It was great being friends with Genghis. You know, he could give anyone a good thrashing. No vagrant would ever come near us.
He was a vagrant himself. Being a boxer helped.
Genghis was definitely a gifted athlete. He played several sports and excelled at all of them.
All but one. Chess. You couldn't get him to sit still for 5 minutes.
Very good at all sports, except for chess.
So you're still jealous. It took a lot to talk you into posing for that photo with the rest of us. Oh, well, each to his own. Genghis would have hardly made a good scientist.
I was angry because of what Almaz said. That he'd get to space before I'd take up sports.
But you did go for morning runs with Genghis. Of course, you only lasted a week.
Each one of those runs left me feeling like I was gonna die. I was nauseous, dizzy, seeing spots. By the way, it wasn't just running. I did chin-ups too. Although Genghis did say I just looked like a sausage hanging from the bar.
Then they sent him to a regional competition. He'd have been the world champion of something at this point, if not for that fight.
He was defending a girl, 1 against 3, and he was the only one who got arrested. Even the competition committee couldn't do anything.
He even gave up exercise out of frustration. Vagrant or not, Genghis was honorable.
Jump over there. Oh, I'm driving this time. man, they just pulled up on the sidewalk.
Out with it then. Why won't you just stay put? You've got food, a roof over your head.
Try living in here and you'll see. Dreary as hell. And then there's her, the xenomorph. You seem like an alright chick, though.
Hey, if you mean alright to act up, I'm not what I seem.
The xenomorph.
Yeah, Zenaida doesn't exactly make life easy for you. Why won't Uncle Koya leave her? Not a lot has changed here. As a historian, I find this boring.
Yep. The girl has a hell of a temper. We tried to gang up on her and it didn't work. Boy's a wimp, though.
What's in it for us? No way, that's not fair.
What the heck is this? I guess I should be looking at the... No. No. Can't go there. It really seems like it must go here, and I just don't have... Unless it goes over here? Can't, like, rotate, right? No. Ah, right there, yep, okay.
A class reunion by the looks of it. Such a pleasure to see.
Well, you can't have a reunion without the class tutor, right? That's why we're here to see you.
So what are you up to now? Tell me everything.
That would take a long time. Basically, I enrolled, I graduated, and now I'm an engineer with the job.
Which is not true.
So all the times I drilled you on calculus paid off.
If only that was all you drilled me on.
What about you, Artemius?
Enrolled, graduated, now a historian with a job.
I could sense this coming. Something didn't add up here. Of course, it's her birthday. I'll go and have a look. I can see that. My criminal duo. Where did you find them? Well, they'll tell me themselves, if they choose to. I suppose I'll go get the photo then. I'm leaving you in charge. I hope not too many children run off when I'm gone. I suppose there's enough of you to handle a dozen kids.
Mini games. Stop the children from running off.
Is this it? Just standing around and watching? Not what I imagined.
I see you have a lot of experience there.
Here we go again.
I'm sorry.
Tired, Misha? Thought you'd join us.
Quit
for
standing there and help
fun
out,
ride.
dude.
Let's play tag.
What?
Fine, at least this is
Watch out
exercise.
now, you rascals. I win.
Totally not fair.
What?
Game over.
They're on
I'm
to
a
us.
master detective,
Catch me if
aren't
you
I?
can. How did you find me?
Hey, that little stinker.
I win.
I could use it. Wanna play?
Game over.
Come on, that
I'm
was a
a
good
master
hiding
detective,
spot.
aren't I?
Too fast for you.
I win.
No fair. Get out of here.
The kids keep running.
Game over.
Now you hide.
What is this mini game?
I'm a master detective, aren't I?
Totally not fair.
Playtime's over.
They're on to us.
Who do we have here?
How did you find me?
Here I am.
Come on, that was a good hiding spot.
Oh, we gotta put them on the
Try to
playground.
run.
Freeze.
Oh no. Okay, there's all these kids.
I win.
We've been spotted.
First it was the kids scattering about, and now us. For just a minute, could we stand here in peace?
There's one more kid. I just don't know where they are. Oh no, oh no.
Hugs for everyone, kids.
Fine, at least this is exercise.
There's lots of them, and just one of me.
Oh, there they are.
That's it. Get back now.
I could use an invisibility cloak.
He's such a dick.
Here. It's all I could find.
That's a lot. We can go to Mom with what we already have.
You've been very helpful.
I told them you were here, and they wanted to see you.
We were done with school by this point. Our finals were over, Entrance exams are coming up, and we got a moment to pause and rest. Summer, summer, summer is taking my cares away.
I'm still furious every time I remember that grade in history. B- instead of an A+. It cost me my school medal, and I really could have used that medal when I was getting into university.
You were too smart for your own good. You invited those extra questions on yourself because you wanted to impress the examiners with how much you knew.
Take comfort in knowing I made a fool of myself too when I fell into the fountain.
Well, the edge was slippery and you were drunk. We couldn't carry our liquor back then anyway, especially not Applejack. And that fiasco didn't affect your future in any way.
Wow.
In any way? For all I know, I could have been married to Isia for years by now. I did it all for her, remember?
And Genghis would have been the one married to me if he had walked on his hands along the fountain edge.
Oh boy. These.
Of course he would have, but Misha got jealous and pushed him into the water on purpose.
Nah, he wouldn't have. Genghis liked Varia, your prom date.
Step on it, man. You're driving like a girl. I shouldn't have let you behind the wheel.
Approaching orbital velocity.
Did you hear that? I don't like that sound. Did it come from under the hood?
Oh, great.
Oh, stop the car. We're gonna crash. Uncle Collie is gonna kill us. I'm going to miss the train, and then there's Angalia's party. Can you do this without me later?
Not so fast. Look, it's Almaz.
What's with Uncle Kolya's car? Why are you inside it?
Have you got it?
The photo? Yes, here you are. Where are you headed anyway? It's alright, I had to help Mum in the kitchen anyway. Keep your jealousy to yourself and help me choose the flowers. No, I haven't. Does it matter? Giving the same flowers year after year, it isn't a good look.
Mesmerizing. You sure have a way with words.
The summer after middle school. We just finished our exams and Aunt Galia, she took us outside the fence for a picnic.
Right. And the place was swarming with mosquitoes. The campfire was our only protection. I smelled like smoke for 2 days after that.
And Almaz teased you. Interesting choice of perfume.
All you can remember are the mosquitoes? What about all the mushrooms, milk caps, red caps, penny buns? Things of beauty.
And someone we all know mistook a death cap for a champignon.
So? Choma barely made it out alive too. He chopped at his own leg with an axe. A good thing he was wearing high boots or it would have been much worse than a scratch.
Boys, boys. What's with always needing to prove something to someone? Genghis volunteered to chop firewood, and Toma had never even held an axe before.
Exactly. I used to think when people in books turned pale as a sheet, it was an exaggeration. I also used to think people would scream a lot in those situations, but Choma, he just stood there, frozen.
And you couldn't light the campfire. Asya pestered you with advice, taught you to arrange the firewood in a little tent structure.
Well, what did you expect? Women have always been keepers of the fire. We'd know how to build one. Aunt Galia and I were in charge of the food, too.
We would have starved without you, of course. Not like we were roasting sausages on a stick.
Now for the final touch, Asya's birthday. Go ahead, Misha. Produce the photograph.
You took it home as a memento.
Go forth and fetch it, O brother of mine. Make haste. Don't keep us all waiting.
I think he meant you.
It's a pity giving my own photograph away, but that's what a present should be. Something that hurts to part with. Well, let's head to my place and retrieve it. The gift was a good call.
You can really smell autumn, the fallen leaves.
Walking is good for you too. Your feet are how you discover the world.
Strike up our marching song. Come on. Is nobody gonna sing?
Gift ideas are a form of art, and I never mastered it.
Same, buddy.
Should I make a bouquet of leaves to pair with Almaz's flowers?
In this tiny town, one might as well take a stroll. No time for that out in the world.
What is autumn? Ba 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 bow bow.
The music is pretty loud, but it doesn't like drown out the other sounds to me.
One gift between the three of us? That's just disgraceful.
I wonder if it's still the season for mushrooms. Aunt Galia used to make amazing mushroom soup.
As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step.
Who's here? Genghis?
I'll keep bugging you till we're a proper acapella group.
Lost the others along the way. I've been on the lookout here this whole time. Almost ready to head to Aunt Galia's. Thought you were already there. I wouldn't want to be you right now.
Just to remind you, the photo, bro.
Are you going to wait for Misha? As you wish, I'll go set the flowers in water.
Are they not coming in? Alright, they're just gonna stand outside. Right, this photo.
Found it?
Tsioma definitely came up with the best greeting that year. Happy birthday, old woman!
Well, it was memorable, which is more than I can say for your muttering. What was it? May is the best month of the year. Stay born in it?
We could have held a contest. Your birthday greetings versus what Almaz wrote on Misha's poster.
He overdid it. I only asked him to help with the artwork.
Your style shows through, though. The sea and the ship.
Traitor! Traitor! There's no other word for it. This instead of helping out his brother with a gift idea.
I really liked your notebook, too. I turned it into a diary later on.
And Genghis's gift was dead on arrival.
Silly me. Putting a cake on a chair.
Almaz could have watched where he was sitting down, so much for his flashy outfit.
At least Genghis's flowers survived. No one else has given me poppies, before or since.
The four of us won't fit. I'll take the stairs. Bit of exercise too. I've put on a few pounds.
Looks like Genghis is as athletic as ever.
Isn't that a good thing?
Never said it wasn't. Just
It's a tie.
So many of you kids, even Asia's here. Oh, what a surprise!
Oh, please. Back in the day, half the town would be here.
There's not much to celebrate anymore. I'm growing older, year after year. To the table! To the table! Let me at least pour you some tea. To the table! I baked a cake. Misha, help me fetch the dishes from the kitchen. Grab the tray and take it to the table.
Oh no, the scaling again is off.
Misha, please serve the tea. You're sitting closest to the samovar.
My special duty.
Less talking, more pouring.
What?
Pour me one with everything.
Oh my god. I don't know what. Okay. I don't know what this is.
Truly chivalrous of you.
just add some cold water.
Same as Choma.
You're a big boy now, and you're still imitating your older brother.
I'm not. That's actually how I like it.
With me it's simple. Just give me some dry tea leaves and I'll smoke them. What's with a blank stare? I'm kidding. Sugar and lemon's fine.
Nothing special for me. Hot, no sugar, no lemon. Don't you remember?
Just what the doctor ordered.
Bellissimo.
Me, I like it hot.
This is amazing.
Mom, I know you have a whole archive of our childhood photos. Here's some more for your collection.
My goodness! Where'd you find all these treasures?
It's our trade secret.
And thank you for the wonderful flowers. Misha, I've been told it was you who helped Almaz choose them. How did you know?
The tea is so delicious. Just like when we were kids, home after a snowball fight.
Well, we did storm an actual snow castle. You do need armor for that.
I was more fond of New Year's Day. We were allowed to be out all night.
Father Frost.
I distinctly remember a different night where you went out. Misha, oh Misha, you know very well what I'm talking about. Your escape from the town. What an idea!
Misha's trip to the sea had put his mind to adventure.
That was probably why you got the station job. I just don't understand why you never left town with that spirit of adventure in you.
Thanks for the birthday wishes. No, I haven't seen Nikolai. He must be in the garage, busy fixing something or another. That really is odd. Where could he be? I'll call you if I find anything out. Kolya's gone. He's not in the garage. Zenaida is worried because he promised to drive her to Kazan. She needs to buy something there. I can't believe what I'm hearing, you kids. How could you possibly get an idea like that?
Whichever way this goes, we have to return the car. Perhaps we'll run into Uncle Kolya on the way.
I'm not going, Misha. I won't rest till I know everything's fine. Uncle Kolya may be difficult, but he's not some stranger.
No problem.
I hope Asya didn't get the wrong idea.
Here's what I think. It's not likely Uncle Kolya is looking for the car. Or it'd show up here. I'll check at the precinct. Maybe they know.
Why not just call?
If he's gotten himself locked up, I'll have to personally step in.
Exactly. I'm going to call Dad and give him a heads up.
Godspeed.
Hi, Dad. Don't wait for me tonight. I'm having a sleepover.
What's taking so long?
Everything's fine. We've just been out late. Love you too. See you tomorrow. Well, shall we?
Train station. Should he be? You got it. I don't even know why they're keeping both of us here. You could just ID everyone on the way out. Suppose I feel that you are.
If Uncle Kolya found out that Vitalik is covering for me, he'd badger me about it forever.
shall we?
There's only room for 3 people in the elevator.
Uncle Kolya!
It's as if the ground swallowed him.
I can't drive. Fine. I've warned you.
What?
What's the holdup? We drove around together, now we push together.
I'll take the wheel, like you said.
Oh, this is wild.
You guys are so athletic.
Call me a weakling now. I dare you.
Nope. Go
Looks like we're
over.
managing it.
I'm starting to like this.
Nope. Fuck. Oh my god. Shit.
Going steady.
Push on.
The
Let's
controls
make
are
this a
not
Guinness
good.
record.
Uh-oh. Should have been the opening to Final Fantasy 15.
Hope! I should paint this. Car haulers on the Volga.
Watch your hands then.
Put your backs into it. Come on, let's get some speed going.
Easy, if we work as a team.
We're almost there.
It's eerily quiet. Don't give up. We can do this.
I think I'm getting my second wind.
You louds. And I stood up for you. He's at the police station.
Uncle Kolya's temper being what it is, it's no great surprise he got riled up at the police station.
We should have gone with Genghis right away.
He ran off, and then he was back. I asked him if he'd filed the report, and just like that, he attacked me. His eyes were bulging, and he yelled, "Where's my car? You stole it, you bastard!" I ended up calling the police myself. They subdued him.
Same thing as Vitya.
Must be a nervous breakdown.
You should go to the precinct and see for yourselves.
Oh gosh. To actually turn into a zombie game. Well, Pepple, they've already made their zombie game. Where is the... Oh, over here. We're going the wrong direction. Oh. Well, time for some nostalgia before we go talk to the cops.
Genghis was quite the troublemaker in our school days. He even had a juvie record behind him. His parents and teachers had pretty much given up on getting him to see any sense, you know. They just kept saying he'd be the death of them. And when we were studying the Reformation in world history, Genghis wrote on the wall of the police cell, "Here I sit, I can do no other." That was prophetic. He was, you know, to return there in a different role, let's say.
There you are. Misha, you need to see this.
Why are you here? This isn't a zoo, and if it is, pay for your tickets. I'm not your uncle.
I talked the others into stealing it. Now I'm ashamed of myself. I really am.
What's that got to do with you? Why are you protecting that jerk? I don't even know you. Leave me alone.
Let's go. Anzina's been looking for you.
That stupid woman who came to see me? I'd rather sit here a while longer. But you, beautiful, I'd take you out for a stroll.
Well, what did I tell you?
They're both fond of booze.
It's clear, isn't it? The Yanks deployed a psionic weapon. Don't be so paranoid, man.
It still doesn't add up. Two people with the same symptoms.
Savannah syndrome.
Let's go for a walk and discuss it, maybe. It's such a warm night. Feels like summer.
Yes, psionic.
I've got more business to sort out here.
We're going to Mom's place. It's her 60th birthday and we've abandoned her.
Miami syndrome.
Don't lose track of time. If it gets too late at night, I won't let you in.
How about the school?
Back in the day, I used to complain about having to go back to school. Not anymore.
Yeah, that's the most Misha comment.
Two eventful days, and my head is no longer swarming with nonsense. Perhaps it really is time to make a change.
Let's go to the roof.
We're alone. I need to confess. I can't keep silent about it anymore.
Have you been silent? You've been constantly making references.
My tongue's about to fall off. Never thought I could chat for a whole night.
Yeah, some of these lines just aren't voiced. It's weird.
You're right. It's time to head down. No, really. You've got the morning train passengers to let through. You should get some sleep. I'll be off in the evening. We've got another day to spend together. Should we go right now, or sit here for some more?
Fine, buddy.
I'm all ears. I know how you feel about me.
Yeah, no shit.
When people hesitate like that, it's obvious. Don't ask questions. Come in.
Dear passengers, for your own safety, please stand back from the platform edge.
Don't believe this.
Dear passengers, the train now approaching platform 1 is the 423
Oh, he's so
service
late.
from Kazan. Please stand clear from the edge of the platform.
Reveille, what are you doing here? Did you get kicked out of the house or something?
Dear passengers of the 423 service
Classmates
from
can't
Kazan,
be
your
bedmates,
train
huh?
has arrived on platform 1.
Fine,
Numbering
whatever.
of the car
Get
starts
up.
at the front of the train. Thank you for your attention.
Your parents are in Kazan, right, Misha? Has it been long since you checked on them? Kazan's giving off a bad vibe. Helicopters and cops everywhere. Army vehicles, too. We decided not to wait for the news. Took off home in a hurry. A backwater place like this feels safer. Not far from a military post, too. Tried to get my old folks to come along, but they wouldn't abandon the house.
Secret zombie plague is looking more likely. Nope.
We have to hurry, Misha. Mum's lost her memory. God damn it, Misha, which part isn't clear? I came in for breakfast, and she said to Tjoma, you could have at least introduced your friend. Ah, it's so damn obvious. Somehow we didn't think of that. He got insistent with Mum too. She won't listen to him. We need an outsider to do it.
Oh boy. Yeah, there's been no camera movements like this the whole game.
You can check that out later. Our house is a shorter walk.
Well, I don't know where your house even is, buddy, but I guess I'll follow you. I mean, I know I've been there, but... Oh, I guess when you say your house, you just mean the apartment. That's just the one up the elevator.
World's slowest elevator. I'll wait here.
This doesn't seem like Aunt Gaia. Her door is always ajar.
Mom can't stand the sight of me now.
Who's there? I have not lost my memory. Asya was with you, I hope. Keep her safe. It's dangerous to walk around at night, even in this backwater town. There's a deranged man in town. Came here in the morning and insisted he was my son. And Tioma backed him up. Why aren't the police doing anything? From now on, I'm locking my door. Is that some practical joke? How do you know him? Tioma does too. Does Asya? What kind of a name is Almaz? Well, if you insist, you're like little kids. Just have to play your games. Then again, it's my birthday, isn't it? It's got to be memorable. Am I right? Don't waste your time, Misha, dear. You're not going to find any Almaz here.
Oh, but I will. That toy train set was a present to him from Uncle Bahir.
He bought that wretched train set for Tioma as a New Year present. Back then, you dreamt of faraway lands. You almost took residence in our house, playing with it for days on end.
Yeah, that happened. But who do you think this little crying guy is?
What? You don't recognize yourself? Or how you lost your mind? You monopolized that train set. For all that Tioma had been taught to share, in the end, he had enough and took it back.
Tioma and I are the same age here. Well, look, the other boy in the picture is clearly younger.
You know, you're right. Who is that then?
Take a hint. It's Almaz.
I know. A friend of mine had come over and brought her kid along. Exactly.
Stop making things up, Aunt Galia.
Don't raise your voice at your elders. That's enough joking.
What's funny about this? Imagine how Almaz is feeling right now.
Imagine how I'm feeling right now. People are telling me I've gone insane.
We want to help.
I'm perfectly fine.
Ah, check your passport. There must be a mention of Almaz in it.
So you too had a hand in tampering with my passport, you good-for-nothing.
Oh.
Look inside the photo album we gave you yesterday. Almaz is all over it.
The photographs are doctored. I've read how that can be done. Out of arguments, are you?
Almaz puts his hopes in me. I must do everything I can. Aunt Galia is on edge. Enough for now, maybe. Almaz and I can think of more strategies later. All right, who did you recently travel to Kazan to visit?
It was a shopping trip. And if the purpose of that album is to make fun of me, then you know what?
So that was a wasted effort. Aunt Galia taking it personally doesn't help either.
Now my mood is ruined.
I don't like giant kitchen. Spooky.
How did it go? I'm not just gonna give up. I'll wait for her on the bench here. She'll leave the house at some point.
First I'll pick up Asya. I don't suppose anyone's going to steal the album. We all know each other here. I'm back. What's our plan? What, Asya? You're still asleep? Get up, sleepyhead. So what's the deal with this visit? Today a helicopter, tomorrow a UFO? At this point, I wouldn't be surprised. She didn't wait after all. Must have run off to the station to see me. She must have been bored enough to find something to entertain herself with. I should either put away that frame or find something new to put inside it. I've known all my music by heart for a while now.
There it is.
Whoa! Get back here! Right, what do we have here? Asya's birthday. Okay, we've got that. Yay! Genghis's medal! I've got a keen eye. That picture is from Almaz. He'd be hurt if he knew his mum had let the album scatter to the winds. Look where that photo ended up. A good gust of wind could blow it right out of the tree. We had a kite get stuck in a tree once. We couldn't reach the lower branches and the trunk. It was twice as big as our arm span at the time, to be honest, so we couldn't climb it either. Artyom and I argued for ages over who'd stand on whose shoulders, you know, to get up there. We both wanted to be the tree climbing hero. And if it hadn't been for Genghis, we'd have lost our kite. You know, he got sick of our bickering about it and he hoisted up Almaz without saying a word. Almaz almost fell from the tree though. You know, simply retrieving the kite wasn't enough for him. He climbed all the way up to get a bird's eye view of the town. The prom, a must-have.
Where's the other one? Oh, there it is.
Not that Uncle Kolya needs that picture, obviously, but he'd have given us hell over it now. Found them all. Now my conscience is clear.
is this possible? She used to memorize every phone number, every birthday. She never forgot a soul.
Dear passengers, for your own safety, please stand back from the platform edge. Thank you.
Are you fussing around? Asya? Well, why didn't you say so? I've seen her. She was up by your window. I told her she was late for the train. I suppose she went off to gawk at the helicopter. It's what everyone's going on about. Who's in it, why, and what for.
Dear passengers.
Alright, gotta go all the way down.
Entry permit checks are in operation at this station. Please have your entry permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1.
Should I get checked at the hospital too? I'll wait till the line gets shorter.
There's no way I'm going to the hospital. I hate those injections and vaccines and things. They say we have to go to the hospital to get tested. What happens if we refuse?
Okay, bye. I don't know what that was about.
This isn't a good sign. Hey, Misha! What are you, a stranger?
Oh, it's that guy.
Hey, Misha, you're here too. Meet my fiancée, Olya. Olya, this is Misha. We've known each other since school. That the same woman you were chattering away with yesterday at the station? No, but go check the hospital. Maybe she's getting tested. A flu epidemic or something. They've sent some big boss over from Kazan. Hell of a guy, loud. They're marching everyone off to get tested, threatening to put us in quarantine. Well, what is it then? Gee, you're really cheering us up, Misha. I would have preferred the flu.
What if Asya's forgotten everything too? I'm not a fan of medical stuff, but if Asya's in the hospital, I can manage for her sake.
I don't like that the plot is labeled night.
What sort of mess is it this time?
Asya? Are you here? Has anyone seen Asya?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop yelling. Have you had a blood sample taken yet?
Your place is at the back of the line.
I'm not a fan of medicals.
Take the chair, please.
Get in line, smartass. The line!
Anyone else here for help?
I regret coming here.
Relax. Try to feel at home.
I love waiting in line in video games.
Next.
Should I try to get ahead of the line? I only need to ask about Asya.
Come in and sit down. Move. Don't
We're getting to the fun.
slow down on the queue. Take the chair, please. Anyone else here for tests? Come in and sit down. Next. What's your name?
Snegov Mikhail Anatolievich.
Relax. Try to feel at home.
As they say, thank you for doing your civic duty. Does this look like an information desk to you?
What's with you being so grumpy today? Why not help the guy? You never know. What's the girl's name? I'll check the logbook. Kamishina. You say Kamishina. No record, sorry.
Looks like Asya isn't at the hospital. Not where I'd want to find her anyway.
You're here, and you don't know, eh? There's a suspected novel strain of flu, like the Spanish one earlier this century. We need a large sample to be sure. Whether to vaccinate or to test first is our call to make.
Oh, good. Novel flu.
Move on. Don't slow down on the queue.
She can't know about Aunt Gaia, or else she won't leave. I mean, she even stayed for Uncle Koya's sake. On the other hand, how can I lie to her? She'll never forgive me. If I were Asya, where would I look? What are our private landmarks? The most prominent ones. Where else could Asya be? Should I ask Genghis for help?
Come in and sit down.
I repeat, we asked the townspeople to undergo screening at the hospital. Cases of a new form of influenza have been reported in Tatarstan.
If we ever lost each other as kids, we'd always meet under the oak tree. Even now, not everyone has a cell phone, and that was way before all that. Could only call people's folks at home. They'd say, he's already left, and nothing else. Our games of hide and seek in the park, they created quite the tradition. You know, the seeker would face the tree, start counting, and it was also where you returned if you were never found. We'd hide in trees, inside shrubbery, or at the bottom of some moored boats, even under the cars in front of the Institute. Almaz liked to cheat. He'd run from one spot to another. I once found an overturned boat on the bank with a hole in its side. I climbed underneath it. It was one hell of a heavy boat. Artyom couldn't find me.
Misha,
I wouldn't give up
I'm
just
here.
to spite him. I spent the whole day in that hideaway. I even thought about calling the police to find me.
Misha. Blockhead. What? Did you think I lost my memory too? Did you go to Aunt Galia's place? What are we going to do?
You should leave town and never come back. Oh, fuck off, Misha.
I was talking about Aunt Galia. But what about my work trip? So, you think the whole mess is because of this forgetting thing? I don't even know what to call it. What are your plans? Then let's go to the station, shall we?
I wonder how old it is. It's simply massive. Probably remembers the mammoths. I need to get Asya out of here. Something bad is going on in this town. She'd be better off not coming back here.
Give me 5 minutes and I'm all yours. I went around the shops to stock up on essentials. We don't know what to expect yet. Don't remind me about him. Did she hit her head? So people weren't kidding. I need to process what you said. What kind of silly question is that? What, are you a stranger? Of course you can. We'll feel safer together. So soon? I've got to cook something for you.
Yes, I've seen the helicopters. Yes, I am home. Yes, I am fine. Well, that changes everything. Have you heard about the events here in Kazan? My phone has been on fire since this morning. I'm sick of it already. Why? Here I am, enjoying a cup of coffee on my balcony. The worst that can happen to us will happen. We're all going to die.
Thanks, Dad.
Fair enough. You know, about what you said when you called the other day, I've thought about it. I suppose it's time to let bygones be bygones. So, you approve then?
I repeat, we asked the townspeople to undergo screening at the hospital. Cases of a new form of influenza have been reported in Tatarstan.
If you've known someone a long time, even silence feels intimate.
Look, Mom, those are your favorite flowers. I wouldn't know that if I weren't family, would I? Don't pretend you can't hear me. I'm not letting anyone sleep tonight until you come out. Ah, you found each other. I'm not abandoning Mom.
But she has Toma.
Good one. Choma legged it to the station.
I can't do this, Misha. Angalia needs support.
Stop it. I'll handle it on my own just fine.
Asia is better off going away with Choma than getting stuck here.
Oh, Misha, you are such a...
Thanks, Misha. I'll visit your mom and dad.
Undergo screening at the hospital. Cases of a new form of influenza have been reported. I repeat, we asked the townspeople to undergo screening at the hospital.
And here's Misha. He'll have all the answers for us. What's the deal with the train, man?
There won't be a train.
You can call the bosses.
Say, for example, what time the train will be here?
It'll be here when we stop it. Let us out on the tracks, Misha, if calling isn't an option. You're all over the place. First you admit the flu thing is a load of bull, and now you won't let us out? Whose side are you on? Misha, right now you absolutely don't have to be some big boss.
Please. Misha needs that train as much as you do to put me on it. But what difference does it make if there is no train? What can he do?
He can let us through the door to the platform. We'll handle it from there, no worries.
Let me say a few words to Misha. He'll listen to me. Listen, man, my life is in Moscow. Children leave the nest sooner or later. It's your nest, and it's backwards. The parents left. I don't want to be stuck here and end up like my mom. I'm sure others feel the same way.
These two are both terrible.
Why? You did have ambition. You wanted to win Asia's heart, and you just didn't know how. You tailed her everywhere.
Do not say that, buddy. That top one. That's the...
More places than you, that's for sure. I got an education. I'm an academic researcher, and they say they'll send me abroad soon. Are you gonna say that's not enough? Your turn then. Tell me what you've achieved. Come on. I'm all ears. How do you know my name? Why, of course. I showed you my permit on the way in. Misha? Misha who? Do you have any idea how many Mishas I've met in Moscow? You weren't among them, though. I've never seen you before, and I hope I never see you again. I recognize myself, Asya, Genghis, and Almaz too. There's just one guy I don't know. He does resemble you, but those are kids in the photo. No, that's impossible. Not like this. What if I forget everyone? How am I gonna live? If you're telling the truth, let us out, for our friendship's sake.
Yeah, I'm gonna say we should not on this one.
Do you value procedure over living, breathing human beings? Follow me, people.
Get away from the door.
Okay, we're not gonna start shooting people. That's not...
I see it! It's getting closer!
Oh, this is bad.
Stop the train! Why would it stop? Stop the train! Everyone out of the way! It almost ran over us. Satisfied?
Whatever. We'll see who gets the last laugh. We're gonna hijack a bus and make a break for freedom. Why would we? We can think about it elsewhere. It makes no difference. I'd rather go home. You know, that makes logical sense. All right, I won't leave for now.
Home?
Nothing left to do at the station. I should head home, crash, and forget this whole nightmare.
I'll stay over at Aunt Galia's for the night. She needs support now.
Oops, not this way.
Wait, there's something I need to tell you.
What is it now? Come on, let's go!
We can always leave later. Let's fight the disease.
Got any ideas?
Let's go sit down somewhere and discuss it, not while walking. Come.
A victory for rationalism. This is a weird game.
I thought you were leaving today, Asya.
That's what I thought too, until we were told at the station that the train had been cancelled. Can you imagine?
That means Choma's still in town, right? He should have gone home to Mum instead. What happened to the train? An accident? Then I've got a ton of time for Mum. That means I'm next. I need to hurry. How can I get through to Mom? The flowers haven't helped either.
Me? I'll go to Aunt Galia and see what I can do.
I'd hole up at home if I were you, if you don't want the angry mob's justice.
See you tomorrow. I hope there'll be a tomorrow.
You're alive, thank God. You were going to come over. Why are you still at home? Why? What's the matter? It's not forever. They'll lift it eventually, then we can spend time together. Don't get so gloomy so early. Maybe it will pass.
You don't even have a couch for him to sleep on. Well, okay.
Will you read me a bedtime story like Mom used to? When I was small, she'd always sit by my bedside till I was asleep.
Oh no.
I thought he'd sleep in the armchair. You didn't even ask. Oh, so it's the armchair for me then.
He's gonna sleep in his clothes tonight. Well, that seems bad. Oh. Oh. Also, the main menu's changed. I'm gonna be right back, but that's upsetting. Okay.
What's he doing at the station? He should be an engineer or a naval architect.
You're a heck of a sleeper. I've already had breakfast. Fat Chan's still pushing the flu story. They even ran an on-the-ground report about it. I was just thinking of going there to pick up Asya. But, well, aren't you afraid you'll get chased away again? You just won't take no for an answer, will you? Well, go get ready then.
Talentless shred it. Throw it out while Misha isn't looking.
Always remember to wash your hands.
You're already here. I was about to come to yours.
Sure, bring out the excuses. You were probably in bed like the lazy bones you are.
Even Almaz is up.
Hi there. I calmed her down. Had to tell her it was you who'd forgotten your mother and went looking for her. What? At least I did something. Toma dropped in yesterday. He took the tent and left. He and some folks are up to something outside the school. He was saying something about a wall. Sounded delirious and made no sense.
He's hell-bent on getting into trouble. We really should talk to him before he creates a mess.
I'm off to the Institute. I've got work to do. Quarantine or no quarantine.
I'm coming with you. I'm not letting you go missing again.
Blockhead. You think you can save me from amnesia by being at my side?
Are you coming along, Almaz?
Going to Mum is so scary. Why a tent? Why next to the school? I'm gonna have to talk with Toma and convince him to come home. I once painted all over the entrance hall wall. No one told me off. On the contrary, Mom suggested that I should paint more. Mom was always supportive of me. For his part, Dad put in a word so it wasn't considered vandalism. It became an impromptu exhibit. Even the school newspaper wrote about it. But one day, they repaired the entrance hall, painting it all over.
It's very cute.
That's
I don't
great.
understand why you can't.
He always believed a person had to leave behind something greater than words on a headstone. We didn't have our own dacha, but as soon as he was at someone else's, he'd grab a shovel, or a pruner, or a rake, and get to work. He was fond of working with his hands, and good at it. After all, he started out as a simple blue-collar worker before his party position left him with no time for manual labor. He could craft anything. He made a table and a set of chairs for a friend's anniversary. Those were something else, all artsy with carvings and such. He'd work through the night on them.
Uh-oh. Where did those guys go? Oh, they're over here. Okay. No talking to them. Excuse me.
I think we've still got half an hour. Let's take a...
Uh-oh. What's going on by the town council? The evening isn't so leisurely anymore.
walk.
We're in the morning.
I think we're here early.
I'm gonna show those military jerks. Let's go to the town council.
Don't you see? The officer isn't here yet.
Is the officer speaking on the square yet?
Oh. Whoops.
We always went home from school as a big crowd. We'd hang out in courtyards for hours, chatting away, and then talk to each other on the phone till it got dark and our parents came home from work. During class, we threw notes at each other. I kept them all and reread them sometimes. I've still got that archive at home. Take this one. We left the elephants behind in a hurry. Now we know to always take the front way out of an elephant. Some notes end up in the hands of teachers. They didn't appreciate our humor, and that was reflected in our school reports. Knowing that our notes could get confiscated, we addressed some of them to the teacher. We found that particularly amusing.
Decided to move in with me? There's certainly enough room. Nights get chilly, though. At least we have a warm autumn this year. What's what supposed to mean? Mom. What mom, man? This year is a class reunion. Asya lent me hers. Her aunt, Galia, I think. Yeah, that's right. Asya called her Aunt Galia. Are you serious? Damn it. First that Misha guy, and now Mom. I need to hurry with my wall. It's right under your nose. It's a memorial of sorts. A way to preserve the connections between people. Testimonies of the past may prove to be what reunite people with each other. Well, are you moving in with me?
Everybody out! Move it! Who the hell sets up a camp in the middle of a closed town? What a damn mess. Not our problem. We've got orders. Get out of here.
I fought the law, but the law won. This game is a really weird echo of Pathologic. Like, it's very different, but it just has enough echoes that it's weird.
You know, this place is actually more comfortable. Warmer, at least. Good enough for now.
Almaz, you've been too spry for your own good as it is. How about you put your feet up for a minute? Stop fooling around. If I do, I'll be where you are now. And, being a friend, I'm trying to keep you out of trouble. I'll let you go as soon as things settle down. Kutu, I know you won't rest till you get it. You can't run away from me.
That's probably true.
Hello? Are you calling about the camp? Who gave you my number? I don't believe you. You've already spun me a sweater's worth of yarn. What kind of manipulative talk is that? I will not continue a conversation in that tone.
Bye. I'm out of here, copper. Should have called Misha.
And here, I thought I'd just visit my childhood friends.
Come on, Genghis. Is Almaz with you? Or perhaps Choma?
Of course they are, of course they are.
But you will let them go, right?
I can't. Gotta do my goddamn duty.
Will you let us see them?
I have no right to do that either. You're not family.
Genghis, come on. You let us see Uncle Kolya, and this is Choma and Almaz.
That was 2 days ago. Things have changed in a major way since then.
When will they be released?
Soon. They'll be here for a couple of days till everyone forgets about them, then they can walk.
Remember how Genghis smashed a town window and wound up here?
He was always too prone to accept a dare.
I guess it's karma. Us being here now for leaving him out to dry then.
But we were the ones who got him out of that one too. Even back then, we'd go to jail for him if we had to.
We didn't get him out. It was Dad.
Yeah, but only when we confessed that we had dared Genghis to smash the window of his office.
It's not a good thing to do. Dragging others into your family matters? We'd had a fight with Dad, and that had nothing to do with Genghis.
By the way, Dad often said pretty harsh things about him. Genghis was, after all, a punk.
What we did certainly didn't make him more popular. Besides, the reason for the fight had been us refusing to volunteer for the Subotnik.
All that gardening. I was never one for manual labor. I use my head. That's more who I am.
Is Chioma with you? Let me in. I'm getting in one way or another. Artyom, how did this happen? Oh, you're here too, punk. At last.
Is that our mom, Almaz?
You've still got your sense of humor, even here. I'm proud of you.
I honestly don't remember you. Nothing comes to mind.
What are my favorite flowers?
Lilacs? Starwarts? Peonies? I don't know.
Roses! Ordinary red roses! You're giving wrong answers on purpose. I don't know anymore. The whole world's upside down. Chioma, is this young man really my son?
Don't know about the son part, but he is my brother.
Seriously, Nael, let these two goofballs leave. They may have gotten a little carried away, but they wouldn't hurt a fly.
All right, I'll find a way to get you off the hook. Off you go. Now everyone leave.
This room is also too big. Wait.
Oh, such a relief.
Yeah, I wish I could be as happy as you are. I'm about to be summarily disciplined. Forget. I don't want to hear that word from you.
We have it bad. Chioma's forgotten me.
We've noticed.
So, is this where we part ways, youngsters?
All right, you can stay at my place.
That should be enough hugging.
One more minute, please.
Just keep holding!
You're really serious about this.
Infinite hugs.
You know this is forever.
They stood there for a while, and then a while longer.
Unbearable.
It's almost evening. You don't want me to stay here overnight, do you?
Will you tell me a bedtime story? Like when I was a kid?
Let me go, Almaz. Almaz? What's your patronymic? Oh, of course. Almaz Bahirovich.
Don't go. Please, don't.
You'll have to let go of me at some point.
How could something like this happen?
All right, that's it. Enough. This is too much.
I just can't deal with this.
I'm leaving. Still got chores to do at home.
If you ever need me, I'll be there at once.
What's the magic word that will set me free?
Oh.
Let's just be silent for a while.
You're quite heavy, you know.
What?
Wish I could turn
Are
back
you
time.
like picking him up?
Any longer and we'll get stuck like this.
We're together. Come what may.
Don't be melodramatic. Everything's gonna be all right.
We're together. Come what may.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the music is looped numerous times. I was waiting for the dialogue to loop. Seems like we're done. Oh my god.
We're finished.
Hey, mister! Yeah, you there in the uniform.
Oh, we're Genghis now. Okay.
Hey, pig! Gotta smoke? Screw going nuts like everyone else. We're getting out of here. Yeah, sure. As long as they remember who we are.
Leave them be. Let them get caught like I was, and they'll start to see sense.
Gee, look at him. He cares. Father of the Year. Of what, Hook? Nothing happened. Got ratted out. We thought it went all smooth like.
To hell with them. Let's go, Genghis.
Can I go to Uncle Misha's? To build the model ship. Look! More soldiers.
Misha and Asya will probably stay home. They don't need anyone in the world right now. They already went there this morning. I stayed at Misha's for the night. I don't want to know what you just imagined.
What's this kid doing? This kid is like skipping?
Hey, what's that? Can you smell it? It's like smoke. The orphanage is on fire. Quick, let's go to your place and call the fire brigade.
It's up. The orphanage's on fire!
It's a shortcut. I'll show you.
Oh
Follow me.
my god. Oh wow. They're much faster.
Almost at the hall.
Oh, no. God darn it. Controls. Oh, the controls. I want to rescue the kids from the burning orphanage.
It's those rascals of mine. It's their revenge. 11 people in this wing, 9 in the other one.
I'll take the second wing.
Wait, what? Which... Where am I going? Not this one? What? Oh, okay. Oh god, I'm getting stuck. How do I get around? What? Oh my god. How do I get through any of this shit? Oh god.
Go to your bed.
Wait, what? Is it really out? Oh fuck. Oh good, there's another one.
At least I could handle a spacewalk. No need to breathe.
No. Controls.
Do you think I am a professional diver? I'm not good at holding my breath.
Well, oh shit. I think I got all the kids. Yeah, I thought Gang was supposed to be fast, but I guess he, they did say that he had kind of gotten less athletic. Well, Mary, I got an achievement for Children's Hero. For saving everyone.
5 days in a row. Let a man get some sleep. Will they or won't they?
Did you kill Genghis? We'll find out about that. I guess. It definitely looks like it.
Get ready to go. Genghis is in the hospital.
Hmm.
You haven't heard about the orphanage fire? Imagine sleeping through all of this.
Should I take Aunt Galia and Asya along to see Genghis or not? Oh, that'll be my second visit to the hospital in 3 days.
Well, I guess he's alive. I don't know why his partner calls him like, you gotta get down there. I mean, you know, friends. But...
Who's there? I'm here. Zinaida already called to tell us. She's with him at the hospital.
Just shaken. The children in her care were less lucky, but they're all alive. You go, and I'll head to the camp. We talked to the authorities and arranged accommodation for everyone who needs it. The kids will be housed in the school, and the grown-ups in the tents outside the building.
Aunt Galia has forgotten Genghis.
I might visit him too, if I have the time. We'll see. By all means. Come by the school, too. We could use your help.
We're ready to go, so let's go. If even Genghis didn't escape, I don't even know anymore.
Look. He failed to escape because he was saving all of the children. Well, look. He's doing his best. Doing my best with the awkward controls.
Did you want something? Tell me, quickly though. Isienef. Yes, yes we do.
So his name's not Genghis. Where does Genghis come from?
Well, you can head straight to the patient. Follow me.
Be orderly, children. Our hero needs rest.
I'm gonna be a policeman too when I finish school.
Well, dear.
Will you be our coach when they check you out of here?
You're gonna regret you even asked. I'll make you sweat like no tomorrow.
All right, time to go. There are more visitors.
We'll come again.
Mikhail, how wonderful. You're just the person I need. Come to the school later to help. Let me finish. I won't take long. Not to the building, no. We're setting up a camp outside it. His name's Nail, not Genghis. You should be more respectful. Last night, he saved my kids from certain death. You were lucky, growing up along someone so admirable and inspiring.
Yeah, you knew him when he was a kid.
What are you talking about, Mikhail? I've only known him since the fire.
Oh, dear.
More of us? What do you mean? I'll be waiting for you outside the school. They're sending a bus to drive us there. If you hurry, you'll catch it.
Has
It's
anyone
so
seen
awesome to
Naeem,
have friends
Senior?
around. Such
Where
a
is
relief
that
for once.
adrenaline junkie?
I'm flattered. It's nice to see that news of my heroic feats travels fast. Whoa. Hang on a minute. Let me think. Genghis who? I only remember bits and pieces from last night because of all the adrenaline. But I don't remember any Mongolian guy giving me shelter. Is that the truth? You swear it? I knew I didn't have much time left.
It's all scary. That's why I'm quiet.
Oh, you haven't seen Scary. I'm gonna make faces at you now. That'll be really scary.
Hi, Uncle Misha. Yes, me and a bunch of kids ran away, and Uncle Nail took me in. Katya doesn't recognize me. Told me to leave her alone. They put her at the other end of the hallway.
Sitting at the opposite ends of a corridor. The epitome of a broken family.
Is that the epitome of a broken family?
When are we going to build a ship?
A single sheet of paper is all I need.
Here to see me too? No more trials for me, please, if at all possible. Scars adorn a man. It's nice, the whole thing. So many visitors today. You mean we're from the same town? Sure. I'm gonna have to ask you an awkward question, though. What's your name, friend? So you know my name, but I don't know yours. How is that fair?
We went to school together, Genghis. Come on, try to remember. Do it for us.
Who told you? None of them. Any other questions?
Shall we start? Have you made things out of folded paper before?
No, neither Dad nor Katya knew how. Will you show me?
Right. You start like this. Now over to you. I'll guide.
So easy.
That step wasn't right. Let's go back.
We had toy cars, toy soldiers, a ball.
So you and your dad had fun,
That was nice. He got mad sometimes, but we always made up later.
eh? Yeah, Katya's wonderful too.
I cannot tell what is happening in this
She used
interface,
to
but
read me bedtime
oh, it worked.
And there it is, the final fold.
So Artyom was out here. We heard him. I thought he was gonna come in, but he's standing out here still.
Toma, hi.
You guys been to see Genghis yet? I came in a real hurry. My mother told me he was here. My mother. So hard to say the word when it's a woman you don't remember. If you help me out, we're gonna kick this disease's ass. And here I thought I should stop droning on about the wall. It's a chart of the connections between people. Does the station keep a record of every person in town or anything like that? Help Galina Petrovna too if you have the time. Can't bring myself to call her my mother. She's in charge of the camp, outside the school.
Well, her husband was a party executive, wasn't he? He may be long gone, but the connections remain.
I went to the hospital, now I'm needed outside the school. Apparently everyone needs me. Absolutely everyone. Profile records on townspeople. I had a certain cabinet at the station.
Let's have a head count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like everyone who should be here is here. Get in the bus, everybody, and don't hold anyone up.
Well, that's the bus to the school, right? But we want to go to the station first. I wonder where this game takes place. Because it's not the present, but it's not that far in the past either, based on the references. It could be like, it would be like the 2000s, maybe?
Great, more jaywalkers. Nobody works here right now. The station is closed. Spare me the bluster. Doesn't work on me.
Where am I supposed to look for that commander? Alright, I'll deal with the school business first, and then the archive.
Got it, Sig? Imagine a snafu like this when I only had 6 months of service left. Have you even served in the military? Imagine a
And here
snafu
comes the
like
new
this
blood.
when I only had 6 months of service left.
Those
Got it,
crates
Sig?
right in front of you are for the camp. Whole lot of lugging to do. What for? There are no trains. What's your name? So, here's the deal, Mikhail Snegov. Help with the cargo for the camp, and in the meantime, I will call the station to tell them to let you through. Here's the number to call if there are any problems.
I'll go ask Angalia how I can be useful.
Have you even served in the military?
That's enough idling.
There we go.
Once upon a time, there lived by the seaside 5 inseparable friends. They would spend whole days out at sea. It was a wonder their parents still recognized them. But one day, a storm unlike any ever seen destroyed their little town and carried the children away into
Apples to apples, dust to dust. I shouldn't mix different cargoes.
Well, I have no idea. Okay, I guess this goes over here.
They were on the verge of drowning when suddenly there appeared a boat as wide as snow and rescued the children from the rough sea. It was no ordinary boat, but a living thing with a name. A skull-shaped rock stood tall on the tiny island, and under the rock sat a chest full of gold. But as soon as someone reached out to the chest, the lid snapped shut. The chest, too, was a living thing. With promises of carefree future, it convinced one of the children to stay on the island and become a pirate. His friends implored him to continue the journey with them, but to no avail. The other seafarers went on in search of their home, though they had no inkling as to where the treacherous sea had brought them. The storm had already faded. The sea was calm, and the boat barely made any headway. Finally, an island loomed ahead. As soon as they made landfall and prepared to rest, the island shook, revealing itself to be the back of a whale. The children hurried away. The whale could dive at any moment, pulling them underwater. The boat crossed the sea far and wide, but never brought the children home. The wanderers met no end of misadventures. Once they came across mermaids. One of the children could not resist the charms of their sweet song, and the mermaids carried
This should be enough to start. We'll bring more later. Got more places to deliver. All right, listen up. One Mikhail Snegov is on his way to you. Give him access to his office. Clear?
until they found
Carry on then.
with trash.
Signing off.
The projectiles of teenagers who lived on a nearby island. They were only slightly older than our band of seafarers. The third child stayed behind with them. He was lured by the teenagers' promise of complete freedom from parents. The boat sailed on into the boundless ocean, carrying the last 2 children, a brother and sister. Dolphins incessantly pushed them back toward land, but as soon as the boat crossed an invisible boundary, they instead became helpful. And that was how the children reached the continent, where they were welcomed ashore by grown-ups who had lost their own children. They became as one big family to each other and lived happily ever after. I'm finished. How about you? Then let's finish our jobs and go to your place. I'll stay at your place for the night, if you don't mind. I'd like to spend the last days of my old life with you. Wish I had your optimism, but where would I get any, with everything going on around us?
Are you, Mikhail Snegov? He has. Look, the timing is... some of your stuff is missing. Some guy came last night and took some of your papers. Okay, yeah, he paid me. I desperately needed money to send to my family. Okay, fine, I'll tell you what the guy looked like. Just don't tell the commander, okay? You promised, okay? So there was this scrawny, slouching old guy. Drove an antique car. He took the files away in it.
I should have guessed. Uncle Kolya stole the archives. But why?
Say, my business is picking up. You here for the cure? Cure for memory loss, obviously. I discovered it by good old scientific trial and error. Don't believe me? Go ahead and ask questions. Name anyone and I'll air all their dirty laundry. Snegov Mikhail Anatolievich, born in the otherwise good year of 1976 on September the 7th to Nadezhda and Anatoly Snegov, employed as controller at our train station. Anything else?
How's that? Stop causing problems.
Remember how you got me the job at the station?
Why, of course. Why not help a nice person out when you get the opportunity?
I don't think that's what happened.
You sang a different tune back then. They're chasing me out into retirement. I'm not letting anyone have my job, and so on.
Yeah, that was rash of me. But I did put in a good word for you in the end.
Then it turned out that you'd been counting on me getting fired the next day. You got me the job because you didn't think I was a viable candidate. And at first you micromanaged me constantly, chewed me out for every trifle. You played the irreplaceable veteran of the workforce.
So that's the thanks I get. I was passing on my experience to you, and you reproached me for it.
Well, if that's true, tell me how it happened. I gladly hear your side of the story. Perhaps Perhaps I don't remember all of it now. After all, it's been a good few years.
Well, like I said, I was trying to help. I suppose it was clumsy, but I did what I could.
And they could have kept you on for longer. It's just you got on everyone's nerves so much by then that they were eager to get rid of you.
If I'd been such a jerk, then why didn't they kick me out earlier?
They couldn't find a replacement. I work 7 days a week too, you know, and there's no one else to work the shifts. At least they're not making me sit there in the afternoon. Our bosses are great. If it weren't for your colleagues, you would have gotten away with your bullying.
You're spiteful. Is there nothing else you can remember?
Would you rather forget? Or have you forgotten already? Perhaps I'm making it all up.
Me? I don't hold grudges. Why remember vile stuff about each other?
Ah, so you admit you've forgotten. Because you know, I was messing with you. None of that actually happened. You supported me in every way possible.
Then why are you messing with my head? You're asking for a good beating. None of your business. Well, come on then. Go shout from the rooftops that Collier's scamming people. Then why lie about me making your life miserable? So, what do we do now?
Let Uncle Collier forget what he was like in his past life. At least something good has come from his obliviousness.
Yeah, and who'll reimburse me for the bribe to get into the station for the year's worth of aspirin? All right, damn it. I'll return the files. They're in the trunk of my car, all of them.
I'm finding it hard to trust Uncle Collier, especially now that he's forgotten me. He can always go somewhere else and sell his stuff there.
No, I just left it like that.
I know where the archives are. Choma just has to collect them. I'll definitely find him near the school where his base of operation is.
Get out of my sight.
Misha, telling Toma about the archive is quicker over the phone.
Major Zimtsov, internally displaced camp in the town of... Refrain from personal use of the official phone line going forward. Zekayev! Is there a Zekayev here?
Hello? Who is this? Has Uncle Kolya gotten his Soviet contraption back on the road? What's the catch this time? Did you find out what he was doing with the records? Quite the homegrown entrepreneur.
I'd say good afternoon, but it's not. Misha, you still remember me? Aunt Galia called and told me about Almaz. Perhaps it's the same thing with us. You should know that your father and I met yesterday. Not at all. I can't take my mind off this disease, that's all. As for your father, we made up. That's more than enough to start, I think. Did you give your father the idea to call me? No need to bristle. I'm not accusing you of anything. On the contrary. Tell me, have you not forgotten anyone? Me neither. Maybe you're immune. That's actually normal. I don't remember everyone I went to kindergarten with, for example. I could come myself. Haven't been in our town for so long.
You have reached the Kazan Municipal Department of Hell on Earth. No, I wouldn't say so. Just poking fun at the whiners. You know, there are people I wish I could forget, but no such luck. May it stay that way, son. May it stay that way. We met up. I'd even say we had a good time together. Either she's changed or the situation has affected her in that way. You sound like you're encouraging a friend who doesn't know what to do about a girl he just met. Well, I solemnly swear.
I hope I can make it home without being signed up for more volunteer work.
You lied to Uncle Kolya, didn't you? He actually did bully you. Do you think he'll become a better person? No one's a villain in their own eyes. You did the right thing. I have had bad premonitions. Put the kettle on, maybe? And put on some music.
Is Asya with you, Misha? She called me 2 days ago to say the trains have been cancelled, and I haven't heard from her since. If you'd be so kind.
Vladlen Alexeyevich? The man who accommodated me in Kazan? My dad? I haven't seen my father since I left Moscow to study. Give us a minute, Misha. Dad? Is that really you? That's no joking matter. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Don't say that. Please don't. I can't.
No, fuck. Well, I can't even click on that one.
Asya! Wait for me! Don't run away!
Freeze!
Oh, goody. Oh, God.
Don't move or I'll shoot! He's gone. Lucky son.
Fuck. Fuck.
Bastard got away.
Oh, fuck. Where else would she go?
Leave me. If I forget you all, I'd rather be alone when it happens. So I'd look around and wonder where I am and who I am.
Hello?
It would be better if
There
we
we
spoke
go.
different languages and couldn't understand each other at all. Enough talk. Let's be quiet for a while.
Who's there? Familiar faces. What are you doing here? It's past curfew. Spent the whole day on the ruins of the orphanage I only just left. Want to lift home, so they don't detain you.
Are you asleep? I'm asleep. Let's stay home today. Like when we were kids, remember? Calling out, "I'm in the house!" to declare a timeout. Maybe we can stay safe this way. Yes, autumn is the best time for nostalgia, melancholy, brooding, and despondence. Shaken, not stirred. I'll go where you go.
If there's nowhere else to go, there's always the oak tree.
Foggy.
Some story from the past is desperate to come out. Let's walk around some more, and maybe I'll be able to place it. For now, I'm drawing blanks.
Once, during summer vacation, we ate a ton of ice cream here and didn't even have the money to pay for it all.
I think we huffed it out without paying that time, only for our parents to drag us back by our ears later.
It was just something we wanted to do. Our imagination had painted this scary picture, and we gave up on the idea.
But it did turn out fine somehow. A patron helped us out of something.
The cashier took our word for it. You can bring it later. We were regulars there after all.
I remember it was a really hot day. We were all sweating, and the ice cream put Toma in bed with a cold for a week.
No, Asya, that was Almaz. And if anything, he was happy about it. A cold meant his mother hovering over him all the time.
And we'd stand under his windows and tease him. Come out to play! Some friends we were. I don't feel any connection to this place. Something happened here. But what? I'd stick around here for a while longer.
Those flowers I picked for you in 5th grade. They were nice, weren't they?
But then, you got into major trouble for vandalizing a public flower bed.
Toma ratted me out, gnashing his teeth with jealousy.
Our Toma? Or some other one? I think you gave each other the silent treatment for a week afterward.
Of course, our Toma. Why would some other Toma be jealous? He wouldn't let me be alone with you, and vice versa, actually. So, yeah, that's why we never went anywhere as a trio.
I remember the way you looked at me. Someone else, though. Either I've forgotten, or I never noticed.
Yeah, those are the days. We saved on everything. We'd even get flowers straight from the flower bed instead of the market.
It was romantic. I kept your flowers in a vase until they lost their last petals. This doesn't feel like the town I knew. I'm getting something. It's on the tip of my tongue, teasing me, but I have no idea what's it about. It's all so vague.
Here was when we first met, before we were even in school.
So, I've known you from before school?
Yeah, I was doing donuts in the courtyard on my scooter and you came over and asked for a ride.
Exactly! And you didn't want to let me because you said we didn't know each other.
So we introduced ourselves. For a while as well, you were convinced my full name was Bear.
Ah, I remembered something. I had a teddy bear when I was small.
Yeah, that was who you named me after, Mishka. Misha the little bear, the honorable bear, A. Snegov.
And a gang had been stalking you at the time. You let them ride your scooter, no problem. Must have been their charming eyes.
Like heck, they were a gang. It was Choma and Almaz. They lived in the same house. I remember them as long as I remember myself. But you had the most charming eyes around.
It's odd that we meet so accidentally. Surely our parents must have known each other. Some story from the past is desperate to come out. Let's walk around some more and maybe I'll be able to place it. For now, I'm drawing blanks.
I was stopped. We used to sit here and chat for hours.
We'd always hang out at the park. Past the gate, we had to take separate paths home. That's why we grew fond of the bus stop.
The buses thought we were waiting for them. They'd always keep the doors open for us and then hurry us along with those angry horns going beep, beep.
The buses looked cozy. It was all dark, all round. The only light inside of them, but there were no passengers.
We did take a ride once. You remember? We circled around the entire town till the bus went to rest.
Someone joked, the wedding coach is here, and you blushed. It was obvious even in the scant evening light.
Almaz made that joke. I mean, who else? Karma caught up with him after that, though. He didn't notice the wasp in his compote. He was silent a few days after that.
And that time, the bus driver didn't kick us out even though his shift had ended. He looked at us with a kind smile, waiting for us to get bored and leave, but we couldn't get enough. I settled down in Moscow, and now I don't recognize my hometown. I don't feel any connection to this place.
Do you want me to hoist you up? We can hide from adversity in our helicopter, like the good old days.
Helicopter. First, we kept correcting him, and then we started saying it like that too.
Almaz was a bad influence on us. He also liked to jump off the rope into the pond, splashing everyone there.
The rope isn't there anymore, and neither is the ladder we used to climb the tree. At this rate, the oak itself will disappear soon.
The ladder, the rope. My most vivid memory is Genghis climbing up this rope using only his hands.
And what stuck in my memory were your aviator goggles, the pilot of the helicopter. Full method acting.
I have an even stronger memory of you reading a book in your father's study. I admired you through these binoculars.
And I remember the shadows of leaves dancing on your face on a sunny day. You were all dappled.
And so our paths cross once again. Where are you going, you lovebirds?
I think my father isn't the only person I've forgotten. Who's your friend, Misha? Almaz? Our childhood friend? That's him?
This wasn't a good time to run into you. I'll go and remind you of my existence no longer.
Don't go. Please stay. If I've forgotten you, then let's get to know each other again.
Time of
Oops.
that. Enjoy each other's company while you can.
Let's try again, shall we? Just to be certain, this is it, so we avoid false hopes. I settled down in Moscow, and now I don't recognize my hometown.
Oh, this hospital. I'll never forget that checkup we had to go through as school kids.
What could make a medical exam so memorable? It was just ECGs, blood tests, and getting told to breathe in and out.
I had a mortal fear of anything related to doctors. The sight of a needle made me dizzy to the point of blurry vision.
That must have made the girls laugh.
I preferred to laugh at myself before others did.
quite the strategist, but I can't really imagine you as a comedian.
I'm not worth wasting your time on.
Uncle Kolya's car brought us back to our childhood. It's like a time machine.
Did he drive us around in it?
Of course not. Are you serious, Asya? Uncle Kolya being that generous?
Then how did his car bring back our childhood?
I mean the way we're all together again, shoulder to shoulder and everything.
Though 5 people in the car does feel cramped.
No, we were pushing the car all together.
Ah, of course. I'm a little empty-headed today. I don't feel any connection to this place.
You don't like this soundtrack, Elvak? Yeah, that's fair. I haven't triggered the map for this.
Up on the roof of our school, I wanted you and me to become trees. Two little oaks that'd stand alongside each other forever.
I want to get on the roof too. Why didn't you invite me along? Or was it before I came here?
It was only 3 days ago. How is this possible, Asya? How?
We were there together? Let's climb up there again and relive it.
I don't think they'll let us in. There's a camp outside the school now.
Well, yeah, you're right. Can't step in the same river twice anyway. Alright, that's enough. Let's go home already. Stop worrying. Had you thought about me every day before we met a week ago? I don't think so. We all have to move on.
I think he did. Actually, yes, based on this game so far.
You've always dreamed of traveling to faraway places. This is your chance. Why not? Anything can happen. A better question to ask is what we can do with it. It's easy to love your loved ones, but try loving a completely random person. We'll soon be strangers to one another. If we manage to live alongside each other, then we'll know we're worth something. Blockhead. We're always blaming the world around us for not getting enough of something. Why don't you find joy in what has been? We've had a wonderful childhood together. Come here to me.
Don't let go! Oh god.
Would you like to visit our museum? Let's reach out to the gate.
Camera, stop moving. Shit. Oh god.
Look, clever enough. If I say to the garage, in the garage.
You're not gonna let me jump? Oh fuck.
Step up, man. You're driving like a girl.
What? Use it. Get up on this thing. Oh god, shit. Well, we're fucked. No, we're fucked. Oh.
I can help. Big it up. Really big it up.
I will be simple. Just give me some dry tea and I'll smoke them. The blank's there. Just get in. It's fine.
Shit.
Come as soon as you see so many of you kids, even us is here. Oh, what a surprise!
A good old overlook with us as all our childhood years. With us still, I think.
Keep your nose to yourself. Help you choose the flowers.
Let's go to our walk and confess our faith. It's such a small night. Feels like something. I stayed in a room on the outskirts since I broke down. I'll give you my number.
There it is.
Our dream. Our secret headquarters. I've grown so used to it, I don't even notice it anymore. And it's back to work. Ugh, I can't be bothered. Lost the habit completely during quarantine. I don't think I can even find the missing parts anymore.
Starting today, the entire national infrastructure will gradually go back to normal operation. This includes a resumption of intercity travel. Difficulties persist with housing for separated families. Dormitories and even hotels are preparing to accept new lodgers. Children are being assigned to group homes. There have been few cases of adoption so far, but the trend is upward.
This painting clashes with my living space. Too grandiose.
Oh boy.
Enough procrastinating. Time to talk to the people who used to be my parents. So what if even they have forgotten me?
Hello? What's the issue? What gave you that idea? That may be so, but he's got a new family now, and you should find one too. Some people don't need much time at all. He and I are such people. Goodbye, and good luck.
Jesus.
No one's waiting for me in the great wide world. Everyone's forgotten everyone. I'm almost a stranger here now. I've been putting off leaving town, but now is the time.
He's got a coat.
Burglars in the neighborhood. Really? It's been so quiet for so long, and here we go. Just when you think things have settled down.
Gala isn't here. She's at the camp by the school. I won't go to her place to build the ship. So you've changed your mind? You pestered me the other day. Remember me? How about we build a ship? I don't remember anyone at all. I'm doing well enough as it is. First, no one cared about me. Then everyone forgot everyone else. So now, no one cares about anyone in the first place.
Soon, I'll become a boogeyman that parents use to scare their kids.
Who are you? This is my apartment. I lost my key. You know how crazy everything was just a while ago? I had to pick the lock. I did, but I also broke it. You got a problem with that? Don't be a bore. I'm of age now anyway. I'll work as a waitress at a cafe till spring, and then I'll apply to university. Then I'll leave this damn hellhole. Getting out? What's stopping you? What are you, my Prince Charming? Come on, stop sulking. Can't you take a joke? It'd be great if you could help me. What's your name anyway? I'm Katya. And the door lock?
I really want to leave, but I can't. I promised to help the girl out for as long as she lives next door. Looks like people are throwing away their forgotten kin's belongings.
Too early, bud. Train's been delayed. There's snow all over the tracks from last night, and they're still clearing it. And how about you top it off with some ice cream at the cafe? Complete the experience.
Dear passengers, for your own safety, please stand back from the platform edge. Thank you. Dear passengers, before boarding your train, please have your exit permit and a ticket ready for inspection at Checkpoint Office 1. Attention passengers. If you spot any suspicious items, then please report them to the staff or the police immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
Oh no, everything's all messed up again.
Quit stalking me. A whole week of respite, and here we go again. I thought you'd come to terms with it all. I haven't learned to fly yet. If I did have feelings for you, I only have your word for it. Right now, you're a guy I barely know since we met a few weeks back. Your stubbornness only makes it worse. Are you using me to prop up your ego? Bug off. If you want a memento of me, here's a paper boat. I had a classmate who knew how to fold them. I've got to go now.
One of us should leave. This town really is too small for both of us. I can only answer for myself. I used to dream of faraway lands. Maybe I should fulfill that dream. Board a ship and sail on and on. I've got money saved. What could I even spend it on here?
I wish I had a kid to bring along. Kids have such a sweet tooth.
Can I get you something, my friend?
You got the wrong door, pal? Get in line for the desk. You gotta check in with the inspector, and damn if I know where he is. Or forget that too. Then get to work. Don't you see there are people waiting?
Immediately. Do not touch or move a suspicious item until the arrival of the police.
I'm having deja vu. Like this has happened before.
Passengers, the 423 service to Kazan will now depart from Platform 1. Please stand clear of the platform edge.
Подожди. За окном еще пару минут, и начнется рассвет. Мне пока нет 5. Я спешу подрасти, чтобы увидеть буфет и конфетной фольги конфетти. Мама спит. По подушке вот-вот поползет первый солнечный жук. Я ее не бужу. Вот она улыбнулась во сне, вот сменил свою тень абажур. У меня есть на даче шалаш. Мы с друзьями там спрятали клад. От макушек до пят обливались водой каждый год жарким летом, играя в солдат. Первый выпавший зуб под подушку кладу, ночью фея за ним прилетит, дразнит в детском саду суслик свисти. Знаешь, мама, я боюсь, что туда не пойду. Завтра важный экзамен, папа с велосипеда свинтил. Задних 2 колеса, мама, я еду сам. Мам, я еду без рук, посмотри, я пытаюсь достать небеса. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться. Первый класс. Мне на даче сорвали огромный букет георгин. Мне купили пенал, тетрадь. Я умею читать, а еще умножать на 1. Мне поставили 5. Я счастливый, сбегаю с продленки играть во дворе. У меня 8 соток, и все-таки с вот таким дзотом я снова пасую в игре. У соседа по парте дракон в тамагочи, он снова его воскресил. Дракон хочет есть, хочет спать, дракону опять не хватает игрушечных сил. Повисим на руках. Тот, кто первый сорвется, слабак, кто последний атлет. Мне уже 10 лет, и сцепился в турник, словно в стяг, жал кулак, и сорвутся, я нет. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы
Well, thanks for hanging out, everybody.
вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться на миг хотя бы. Нам бы вернуться, вернуться. Мне 15. Я гелевой ручкой на пальцах рисую тату. Когда я подрасту, обязательно стану пиратом в Карибском порту. В институт не пойду, на пруду погулять с тобой. Что ты имеешь в виду? Мы скользили по льду, целовались в саду. Я не помню, в каком мы расстались году. Завтра важный экзамен. Мне мама желает удачи, пятак в башмаке. Я пошел налегке, куча дат на руке. Пару раз посмотрел, не был пойман никем. У меня в рюкзаке тут билет с зачеткой. Вся королевская рать, самый легкий вопрос. Я стою не готовясь, и первый как Хронос иду отвечать. Мне поставили 5. Я счастливый, сбегаю по лестнице в новую жизнь. Молодой агосфер, не встречавший Христа, и воржи до небес доросли этажи. Я сменил 3 работы. Залоги машины мне нечем платить за кредит. Старый друг не звонит. Переехал отец к новой женщине. Мама не держит обид. Я и сам разведен. Говорят, по статистике люди разводятся чаще мостов. Что такое любовь? Я забыл это, видимо. Что ты из прошлого, что ты из снов. Помнишь, что...
I think this is a more nightmarish pandemic story than Pathologic is.
Временную петлю, что-нибудь, чтоб вернуться назад. Первый выпавший зуб. Видно, много курил. Запишусь на неделю к врачу, мама будет меня. Говорит, что я громко ночами кому-то кричу, что взрослеть не хочу. Мама, спи по подушке. Еще не пополз первый сон.
What did we learn?
Тебя не бужу. Ты о чем-то вздыхаешь во сне. Поменял свою тень абажур. Мне пока нет 5. Я спешу подрасти, чтобы увидеть, что спрятал буфет. Подожди. За окном еще пару минут, и начнется рассвет.
I hope that's a link to J.K. Simmons and Burn After Reading. Oh, okay. Well, that's a very short piece. Okay. There's the bit at the end of Burner After Reading where Jason's like, well, what did we learn? There is basically nothing. Okay, well, not to do it again. Yeah, that's what he says. Forgetting is scary. Yeah, that's true. It is. It's definitely awful. Yeah. Hey, like dementia plague. Like, well, thanks for hanging out, everybody. I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna start a new game in the earlier stream. So please come by for that. I'm gonna go to bed. It's Tim Curry weekend. It is Tim Curry weekend on Sunday. Be big notice for that we finally made it to Tim Curry. Sunday night. Can I? There we go. All right. Yeah. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.